Welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Welcome back. I mean, maybe not back, but welcome in, trainers, after a much-needed week off. Maybe not so much for me. I was on the Unite Mike's channel yesterday. Underdunk was helping out with the first ever volleyball tournament, so we are back in the normal schedule. This is Underdunk number 56. I am your co-host, steelagentkyle, and with me, as always, Husky, who is completing a Pokemon Pocket ranked game currently. Yes, let's go!
They conceded. We're good. Honestly, thought I had more time. My win rate in Pocket this season is 48.8%. So very clearly, I have not been doing super well, but I am Ultra Rank 3. As opposed to my Pocket experience in Pokemon Unite this season, I made it to Masters with a 67% win rate or something like that, because Latios is broken. Great segue. Go ahead, Kyle. Let's talk about Pokemon Unite.
Fantastic segue. Well, we had that week off. A lot of new information has taken up and rumbled through Thea Sky, but before we get that, let's talk about the housekeeping that is in order. Some minor rule changes. As you may be quite aware, we are starting at the 8 p.m. hour Eastern time, opposed to the hour earlier that we normally are. This likely will be the standard moving forward, so we hope this will allow more West Coast players to enjoy our bi-weekly series. But with that said, small rule changes, so it is still a best-of-3 winners and a best-of-1 losers round, but we have switched to a best-of-3 winners advantage for the grand finals. Additionally, we are implementing that threat level midnight clause, so anytime a set is to begin after 12 a.m. Eastern, it will be a best-of-1. So if midnight passes in the middle of a set, it'll still remain best-of-3, but for the next one, it will move forward. Other than that, for the tournament today, we do have a singular global ban, as Husky said. New Pokemon has entered the fray, Latios. It is in moratorium and will be taken out of timeout after it's served its sentence. But that is all the housekeeping. Let's go ahead and move forward towards our schedule. We have a few things cooking up over the next month here at Underdunk, starting with our first step series. So let's take a look at that. Bi-weekly Thursdays, Husky. We always have Underdunk, but we have a few first step sessions coming up.
Yeah, those have been extremely successful and so much fun to even just me, who's not super involved in it, just to hear about the experiences that people are having and to hear about, you know, the coaches and the TOs working on this that are having such a great time. If you are able to sit in on some of these sessions, I could not recommend it enough. I'm going to be there Sunday night, just kind of hanging out and watching it. We're just going to be not casting, but just doing some casual overseeing of the sessions. But these are really, really fantastic experiences, so I would definitely recommend coming and hanging out.
Should be a lot of fun. With that said, the next session, the Session 3 signups, will be opening very soon. So Sunday night, as Husky said, we have the first step broadcast. Once that broadcast starts, the Session 3 signups will be open, so you do not want to miss that window. It will be open for a few days, so we'll obviously make posts in the Discord and the like, so make sure to get that sign up once you're ready. On Sunday, yeah, 7 p.m. Eastern, so it's a little bit earlier in the day since it is technically a weekend, school night, work night, all that good stuff. We'll try to accommodate accordingly, but now that we've talked about the housekeeping stuff, we talked about the schedule, let's talk about our Pokemon to watch. We had a massive patch over the last week and a lot of changes, so let's talk about what Pokemon we want to watch. We have 3 of them that we want to talk about today. The first one is going to be Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is absolutely insane right now. I think I've seen more of that Pokemon in the last week than I have in the maybe like 2 months leading up to it. But we do have some graphics that we are trying to get on the screen. But Husky, what are your initial thoughts on the patch as we're now like a week into it?
I think that this is probably going to be where we're sitting in terms of our Worlds patch, and that's good in some ways, not as great in others. Ho-Oh got the Sacred Fire instead of Fly, which it should have had Sacred Fire to begin with. I went on an entire, angry rant about this in my home because I was like, why don't the Pokemon Unite move, like why doesn't the Pokemon Unite moves like their signature move? But whatever. Ho-Oh got Sacred Fire, and it's kind of dumb now.
Yeah, it's really powerful. I think there's a couple ways that you can play with it now. I think it still works quite well as that EXP holder. But even more so, I've seen a lot of people take that EXP share off. I still think Curse Bangle is almost required with just how easy it is to apply that anti-heal. But I've seen people run, things like the Excel Bracer. I've seen some Ao's Cookie for extra XP or extra HP. But it is just really powerful. You have actual crowd control now, which it always felt weird that Ho-Oh was like one of those Pokemon that was a defender class, but didn't really offer any hindrances outside of like a little bit of burn. It was more of like sustain, so it almost kind of played like a supporter. So I think this change is really nice on it.
I think that it's definitely nice. Ho-Oh for sure needed something. I mean, with its Revival Unite move, it's kind of counterintuitive to what you want a defender to do. You want it to frontline, you want it to be the Pokemon going down. And unfortunately for Ho-Oh, that just can't be what happens because it needs to be up to use its Unite move to its maximum effectiveness. So I'm glad it got something, but I think that it's still just an all-rounder, and it is not a defender, it is not a support. And I do wonder how teams are going to adapt this, if they are going to be running it as a defender, or if it's potentially going to be a bottom path attacker, or even a top path all-rounder, because it is very strong, and it's at the point now where it can be slotted into any team composition. But, oh wait, we've got a game. So
we do have a game. Alrighty. Brackets kicked off. Games are getting ready. We got Delta Storm on your purple side. We have Itty Bitty Skitty Committee. What a name. On your orange team. And, well, as soon as we talked about the Pokemon to watch, we are going to see it just in the ban category.
Yeah, not surprising to see that at all. Slowbro, another Pokemon we didn't quite get to talk about in our preliminary show, but that also got a buff. And Blissey still getting banned, even though it has gotten nerfed a lot over the past couple patches. It consistently gets nerfed. It has had multiple supports come out on top of it, but it's still getting banned. That's just how broken it is. Charizard rounding out the ban list. Suicune first pick.
I also like this Slowbro ban. I think because of the changes to both Ho-Oh and Charizard, I think Slowbro is seeing a lot more play right now because of just the Unite move being able to shut down the Charizard Unite move, or even maybe shutting down the Ho-Oh before it is able to resurrect some of its fallen teammates. But already on the pick phase, we do have that Suicune that's been terrorizing the Thea Sky for quite some time, and then Snorlax, who got a nerf/buff, gonna be on the Itty Bitty Skitty side, along with the Galarian Rapidash.
Yes, the classic burf happening to Snorlax in that recent patch. Galarian Rapidash, another Pokemon that has been strong for quite some time, but due to a lot of bugs and teams not being sure if they're allowed to play it, and then it getting pretty permanently banned over the past couple weeks, we're now finally going to see it make its way into a match. It has some crowd control with the Smart Strike and burst damage with Dazzling Gleam, and it's also very hard to catch, so it's a very valuable pick. On the other side, we've got Comfey coming in, as well as Leafeon. Usually when you see the Comfey come out, you expect the Speedster to get locked in as Zoroark, but Leafeon is still a really strong pick.
Yeah, Leafeon, another one of those Pokemon that have received kind of some buffs, but also some nerfs over the past few patches. This time, more so to that Solar Blade, Leaf Blade combination. So it's not necessarily the most popular build, but definitely has its place, has good last-hitting ability, but still quite a strong Pokemon. I mean, I don't know if we'll see that build, but rounding out Itty Bitty Skitty is going to be that Miraidon. So a very interesting last pick, considering that a Leafeon is on the other side. But I think a majority of what this Miraidon's looking to do is shred through the tanky composition and outrange that Armor Rage.
Yeah, and I think Miraidon is a Pokemon that never quite got nerfed, but it just kind of fell out of the meta, that a lot of teams have sort of forgotten about the benefits that it can provide to a team, especially because Inteleon was so prominent for a long time. We're not really seeing Inteleon as much, though it is still very strong. So Miraidon is still a pretty strong choice for that range. And I believe it does outrange the Psyshock that Armarouge has. So not a ton of range on Delta Storm. And I think the Miraidon really rounds out Itty Bitty Skitty Committee's team comp.
What a name. I mean, I love that name. Skitty. The Skitty Committee. That might even be that's too many itties.
Skitty, guys, we need more appreciation for Skitty, another cat
Real.
Pokemon that I just absolutely love. Anyway.
Can we get like a whole team of cat Pokemon in Unite? I know right now we have Zeraora and Meowscarada, but can we get more cat?
Depends if you view the Eevees as cats.
Yeah, that's true. I think Espeon seems like a cat.
Suicune as a cat.
Suicune's
Anyway.
a cat. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, game number 1 of your first round matchup, Underdunk 56 underway. Suicune heading to the top path, notably no XP share on it.
Yeah, so instead they're going to be using Suicune as that carry-focused Pokemon. There's a couple different ways they could have gone about this. They could have had Trevenant as the carry, Suicune with the EXP share, but ultimately they've decided to throw the EXP share on top of the Phantom.
Getting some early secures, early pressure. Snorlax, despite the nerf to that tackle early game, still able to get that secure there. You're seeing that it's holding that 5 Aeos energy, meaning that it was able to take that contested bit of experience.
I mean, interestingly enough, they are sending Galarian Rapidash into the center area, and I'm not sure if that is what teams are normally doing to make sure it gets that 5, but I also have seen a lot of teams take Torchic into the central area to make sure that it has its 5, and Blaziken just requires so much experience, so it is interesting to see that being played in the basement path, and instead Miraidon is being played as a top path Pokemon when it's usually played in the bottom path.
A little bit of technical difficulties, but it looks like we are getting back in here. 850 birds. We're going to see a 3v3 up in this top path. 2v2 getting set up in that lower path where you don't even have that Armarouge online yet. So damage is already starting to file on the birds.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what happened there, but Suicune does pick up a KO on Galarian Rapidash, so that's definitely a great start for Delta Storm here. You want to take out that central area Pokemon. Don't let this Galarian Rapidash start wreaking havoc all over the Sky ruins. Umbreon now looking for their level 4.
We do finally get this Armarouge online. Combuskin gonna pull both the Phantom and the Armarouge into a little bit of danger. Azmat with a little bit of pressure there. No KOs really found, but so far it's been kind of a stalemate, although levels might be a little bit of an advantage for itty bitty skitties.
Yeah, we're now looking at Suicune getting that level 5. The Comfey is sitting on top of that Pokemon. I imagine the Comfey will switch over to running on top of the Leafeon, potentially the Trevenant, Armarouge even, but for now it is hanging out on top of Suicune as Delta Storm moves in, getting a couple KOs.
Yeah, 3 members for Delta Storm already down. This Galarian Rapidash is running havoc, also very low HP, but looking to take down this poor little Comfey without a host, and it's able to do so along with the help of a Quadra KO from this Miraidon.
Yeah, I mean, the Skitties, they did lose Blaziken, but I don't think it mattered. They were able to take out every single member of Delta Storm, and now they have a huge experience lead. Level 8 on 3 of their Pokemon, not a single level 8 yet on Delta Storm. Of course, as I say that, Leafeon ticks in.
Yeah, Leafeon finally ticking in. Gonna get some points on here. Looks like they are gonna elect to break that top goal zone. Nice little overcap, not the biggest, but it does get the job done. Meanwhile, Delta Storm gonna push forward there. Emerald 2-step, gonna take out that Blaziken. Snorlax left to defend, but not before points start to rain down on this T1 goal zone. Galarian Rapidash trying to enter the fray. Pain Split is gonna connect on the Galarian Rapidash, and that is a massive Dazzling Gleam.
Interesting seeing Pain Split coming out on this Trevenant. I would expect to see Hornleech. Wow, what a hit there from that Miraidon, taking down 2 from Galarian Rapidash. Blaziken also picking up a KO there, and we are just back and forth in this early game. Looks like Itty Bitty Skitty Committee will be able to take this Regirock handedly, but Delta Storm is on their way back down to the bottom path.
Yeah, they should be able to get that Regirock defense buff for the next 90 seconds. They should be also able to hold on to that T1 goal zone. But look at the top path. Snorlax already getting in position, maybe even tapping that Regieleki, waiting for a little bit of reinforcements to come up to that top path.
I mean, the Skitties, they already broke that top path goal, so they definitely want to get this Regieleki to make sure that it's worthwhile, but Suicune and Armarouge have another plan. They will take down 2. And now it's Delta Storm who has control of this top path.
That's what you like to see from your Armarouge. Great brawling ability, but it does away from that Miraidon. Once Miraidon comes in, it might have a little bit more of a time. There's that Emerald two-step. Miraidon able to sidestep it, though. Leafeon going down, and the charge beams are starting to connect. Here comes Blaziken with a big focus blast to take the Lecky.
What a great Unite move as well from that Umbreon. It made sure that the Emerald two-step really didn't do that much, even with the Comfey on top of it. Even after the Umbreon nerfs, it can still be very strong. And Kyle, this is going to be a 5-man push into this Tier 2 goal zone.
Oh, Regieleki made its way home in that T2. Points already starting to rain on in. 3 members down for Delta Storm. Armarouge with the Comfey collar trying to defend. Points in. 5 points held by this Miraidon, looking to go ahead and break it. Snorlax may just do the trick, but they're going to allow that Galarian Rapidash to stack an even break.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Galarian Rapidash was running the special attack specs. It scales very well on its special attack, so making sure that it gets those few extra stacks needed for that late game is definitely important, but what a start for the Skitties. It seemed very back and forth in the early game, but it is proving to be not the case at all in this mid game. The Skitty committee is dominating on all sides of the map.
Excellent play. Snorlax putting him to sleep. Blaziken pushing him into danger. Miraidon closing the door. Now we have a bigger fight here. Emerald two-step gonna take care of that Miraidon, but not before the damage is done. Suicune's starting to head back down to the bottom path. Still have a basement Reggie holding in that bottom central area, though.
Delta Storm definitely is behind, but they can still come back here to level 11s and a couple Unite moves. Looking for this Regirock now. It's getting very low. The Comfey Unite move is out. Umbreon with another Unite move, but it is going to be Leafeon to secure here.
Hey, and you're going to find a couple of KOs as well. 3 members of Itty Bitty Skitty are down in the Pokemon Center, so Delta Storm looking to push this T1 goal zone that has yet to be broken. Miraidon, though, with the defense. Gonna send the meteors falling to the Thea Sky, and the defense is gonna hold up. No points on in, but this Trevenant is trying to push, maybe stall out Itty Bitty Skitty. Didn't quite work there, though.
Yeah, I'm not super sure about this Pain Split choice. It definitely is pretty strong, and I imagine that it was chosen because of the mobility of Galarian Rapidash. You're not really going to be able to Horn Leech it, especially with the hindrance resistance, and same with the Miraidon also has hindrance resistance in its charge beam, but I just feel like the Pain Split is not doing enough at this point in the match. I just always feel like Horn Leech is definitely better for repositioning, but, I mean, we could see something different in the late game.
And we still have a Regieleki, Delta Storm heading up towards that top path. They do still have a T1 goal zone due to the Itty Bitty Skitties, so they may elect to try to defend this, or they could just yield that T1 goal zone. It is going to be Armarouge securing it. It's going to try to walk towards this T1. Oh, Frozen Solid is the Galarian Rapidash. They are going to vacate the premises, allow that Regieleki to walk, but not before doing a little bit of damage, maybe pestering Delta Storm before it goes in.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and break there, definitely decreasing the score lead, but they are still over 100 points behind. So when they do hit that Rayquaza, they are going to see that they are really struggling to indicate that they're over 100 points behind, but it's not that much over 100 points. Delta Storm could definitely still come back here. They have clawed their way back up in terms of levels. They have 2 level 13s, but the Skitty committee definitely still in control.
Look at the positioning here. Pretty aggressive and pretty passive on the side of Delta Storm. Maybe Skitty trying to grab some vision. Miraidon heading back towards the Pokemon Center to get that HP bar refreshed. We do have Trevenant starting to tap on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, they're going to have to be the ones to make the move. We do see the Woodhammer come down. Wow, Ducky getting very low here. Has to use their Unite move, and ultimately they decide to back off. Here comes the Emerald two-step into the backline. Miraidon is down.
That is a big KO for Delta Storm. Maybe a little bit of pressure here. Galarian Rapidash going to try to run away. Umbreon going to wish it up, try to regenerate that HP bar. But a nice big scuffle down in the bottom path near the T1 goal zone. Overheat connects on a couple. Leafeon going to have to vacate. There's the Unite move from the Suicune. Trevenant the only one to fall. Itty Bitty Skitty all the way coming back here. All 5 members are up. Nice heavy slam.
Whoa.
That's going to help send the Armarouge back to the Pokemon Center. Blaziken getting that KO.
Fantastic Unite move from that Suicune to prevent anybody from getting on that Leafeon, but unfortunately the Leafeon was just too low health to follow up. Now we have all 5 members of Itty Bitty Skitties back on the court, and not everyone on Delta Storm is available. Also, we do have a Unite move from Miraidon, so still, even after losing a couple members to that early Emerald two-step, Itty Bitty Skitty committee still with control over this Rayquaza pit.
They're playing very patient right now, trying to suss out where this Leafeon is, because Leafeon could potentially go for a cap here. Knowing that it only has 22 points, though, that does mean Delta Storm going to make a move on this Rayquaza. It's already getting chipped down to half. Oh, we have Armor is really hitting it. Blaziken lining up an overheat, but it might have been too early. Meteor's falling down from his Miraidon. Are we going to get the last hit? It was the Miraidon with the Unite
No, it
move.
wasn't! It wasn't even the Miraidon, it was Delta Storm that ended up getting the last
What?
hit. It was the Trevenant.
That's
But it doesn't
crazy.
matter. They are all down. All 5 members of Delta Storm are down. And Itty Bitty Skitty Committee just going to add some insult to injury here. Going to throw a couple more points on the board. And they're going to be taking game number 1. I mean, hero play from Trevenant, I guess. But everybody was too low HP. Didn't even matter who secured the Rayquaza.
Insane work. Hey, I saw the last hit from the Meteor. I'm like, surely that was Ray, and everybody was back in the Pokemon Center, so surely it was that. Nope. 507, 175. Regardless, Itty Bitty Skitty Committee taking game number 1.
What a game to start us off tonight. I feel like even after falling so far behind in that mid game with that first Regieleki push into Tier 2, Delta Storm really held on throughout the rest of the game, and they had a real chance there in the end, especially with that gang from Leafeon. They just needed to pull it off a little bit harder, and I really do think that they had the positional advantage. They had the jump on Itty Bitty Skitty Committee with the big KO onto Miraidon. The level difference was just a little bit too much at that point for them to be able to withstand it, and Itty Bitty Skitty Committee was a little bit too tanky, and not being able to catch the Galarian Rapidash was definitely rough.
Yeah, Galarian Rapidash was just running around the map trying to do as much as it could, and it very much did it. It was very much that disruptor Pokemon really caused Delta Storm to kind of react to it, maybe pay a little bit more attention that they wanted, because you don't really want that Pokemon running into your backline. But either way, Itty Bitty Skitty playing that one perfectly at the end. Obviously losing the Rayquaza, but if you knock out every member of the opposing team, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, and a lot of damage being done across the board from the carry Pokemon on both sides. And I wonder what we're going to see Delta Storm kind of pivot to in game number 2. They did have that first pick, and they went with the Suicune, which performed very, very well. And I don't even know if there was necessarily anything missing from their composition or anything in terms of the picks that they chose that could have been better or they should have tried to secure. Their composition is a menace to society, and I would be terrified to see that composition come up. I just think that it was that Regieleki Tier 2 push in the beginning of the game that not only ruined the momentum of Delta Storm, but just put them far enough behind in terms of levels where Itty Bitty Skitty Committee was able to hold on to that lead enough to give them the edge in that final fight.
Also, like, breaking that T2, I always feel like it's something that maybe almost demoralizes some teams. Like, you always feel like, we need something to get back in the game. And it seemed like Itty Bitty Skitty Committee was very disciplined. They weren't pushing, like, too far. Yeah, there were a couple of KOs that they ended up taking, I think, in the bottom path. But overall, like, they were still putting up a lot of pressure on the enemy side, but they weren't pushing too far to the point where they're going to yield a lot of that experience back over to Delta Storm, because that's sometimes one of the mistakes that we see with teams that are way ahead. You know, one big catch on maybe a level or two ahead, and that might bring a team in to maybe propel them to some of these team fight wins.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the word that, like, the best word that you used was, like, disciplined. Just being able to make sure that you know that you're in the lead and be very disciplined in how you keep that lead, making sure you are putting pressure on, but not enough to lose a lot of that experience back. And I do think that Delta Storm did a good job of maintaining the experience that they needed to and kind of shrinking that gap, but at the end of the day, it was Itty Bitty Skitty Committee's game to lose after that early push, so I guess Delta Storm's goal here is just going to be to kind of clean up that early game the best they can.
Holy cow, look at this. I think this is the name change function in the game. There's a recent patch that allowed players to change their names. And look at this. Itty Bitty Skitty Committee, they're all real players here.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We got the whole squad. But what we don't have is going to be this Slowbro, Clefairy, Clefable, Ho-Oh, and Charizard once again.
How is this possible? Team of real players. This is a sight to behold. Everyone should be quaking at the sight of this. But anyway,
Real.
we are going to have Delta Storm instead of locking in the Suicune, are going to go with the Blissey instead of banning it this time. They opt to want to pick it. Still extremely strong support, but that does leave Suicune as an option for the other side.
Yeah, Suicune and Snorlax is a good combination. You're already grabbing your EXP shareholders. Potentially, obviously, you could potentially play either one of those Pokemon as more of a damage-centric Pokemon, but either way, very strong core off those 2 picks. Delta Storm, though, gonna grab that Leafeon once again. It did provide a lot of value, but this is a Pokemon that I don't see a ton.
Wow. Goodra. What a pick here, the Goodra coming out. It does offer a lot of CC and a lot of sustain, and it's very annoying to try to take down, especially in the late game. The question is, are they going to run this as an all-rounder in that top path, potentially an attacker in the bottom path, or are they going to run it as a traditional defender, as its green background suggests? It's not usually how we see it, if we do see it, because of that triple, the 3-stage evolution. It's a little bit more difficult to deal with. And wow, also coming out here is a Tinkaton, another Pokemon we don't see a lot.
Okay, I mean, I like this Tinkaton last pick, especially into some Pokemon that are going to have some shields, specifically that Snorlax. So extra damage there will be nice, but potentially trying to catch something like this Dodrio Talonflame on the other side might be very difficult because Tinkaton doesn't have the best mobility in the game, but we could see some good eject plays might catch them off guard.
Yeah, Tinkaton I feel like does really good off team compositions with a lot of other all-rounders, a lot of Pokemon that like to brawl pretty well, and having a lot of mobility with the double speedster composition could be potentially difficult for Tinkaton to handle. That being said, I wonder what we're going to see, if they're going to throw a second EXP share on anything on Delta Storm, or if they're just going to go with the 1 EXP share. There's some options. You could throw it on Mewtwo Y, you could throw it on that Goodra, but it doesn't look like they want to change anything. So a rare occurrence here of just the 1 EXP share on one of these teams.
Yeah, very odd, very odd. I mean, yeah, you could have had it on probably 2-3 different Pokemon there, but yeah, only a single XP share, so maybe we'll see.
That's my religion anyway.
Game number 2, round 1 matchup. Delta Storm taking this Tinkaton Goodra up to the top path. Meanwhile, Itty Bitty Skitty Committee, they are going to take the Snorlax and the Alolan Ninetales down bottom.
Interesting pathing choices from Delta Storm here. Usually you see the support head up to the top path, but there's not really a defender, I guess, on their team because Goodra isn't wearing that EXP share. It is opting to be more of an all-rounder. It's going to be a very difficult top path, though, because of how much experience both of these Pokemon are going to need. They're just going to really have to rely on this Leafeon to pull them ahead in this early game.
Not doing too bad here. This Dodrio already holding on 19 Aeos energy, which obviously you definitely want to have. But here comes this Talonflame, finding a KO early on this Chansey. Mewtwo Y already getting the Mega Evolve, so it is going to put a little bit of pressure. HP bar is getting low on Itty Bitty Skitty, so they are going to retreat back to that T1.
Yeah, not too bad here. Having the level 5 on the Mewtwo Y is definitely beneficial because it forced them to have to back up. Leafeon being in this top path does give them a lot of the experience, but Dodrio will still hit their level 5.
Yeah, and last hit, I believe it does go over to that Fletchinder, but it is tagged with that Future Sight. They finally KO Snorlax, taking out that Mewtwo Y. 21 points, looking to go in. Tall task there, unable to go in as that Blissey was able to stop it just in time. Second time is the charm. They get that. They get the KO. They're going to find even more points in the bottom path, too.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a rough look. Talonflame inching closer to that level 7. Nobody has gone back to the Skitty Committee Central area just yet, but they will have the opportunity to. Alolan Ninetales very low. I feel like Mewtwo Y really needed that KO. Unfortunately, they're not able to get it. Birds now spawned in the middle. Dodrio's level 7, Leafeon level 6.
Yeah, Dodrio is going to not come out ahead. Leafeon dished out a ton of damage with their combination move there. But it is still Itty Bitty Skitty Committee in the driver's seat. You have that level 7. You actually have 2 level 7s already.
Yeah, and this top path, as kind of expected, did not particularly go well. Tinkaton still looking to get their first evolution. They will finally get it here. Goes from Tinkatink to... What is it in the... Tinkatuff.
Tinkatuff.
Middle evolution. Tinkatuff. Sliggoo is not yet online, though, for Delta Storm, and it looks like it's not going to be.
Yeah, well, the Ninetales does go down over on the Itty Bitty Skitty side, but looks like this Leafeon's life is going to be short-lived as Talonflame takes that one. Also takes a double KO on the way there. 10 seconds until the basement objective spawns, and it is Itty Bitty Skitty kind of in the driver's seat in this path.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say kind of. I feel like they are solidly in the lead here. We still don't quite have... We don't have any Unite moves yet on Delta Storm. Just taking into it now is the Leafeon. They could go for a little bit of a push here with an Emerald 2-step, but Talonflame will make quick work of that basement objective. The Regice taking control of that, and Alolan Ninetales is able to put some points in the top.
Here comes a big fly from the Talonflame. I believe they also burn an eject button, looking for that Mewtwo. Unable to get it. Flame Sweep is going to abduct that Tinkatuff, not finding a KO. Yeah, another fly lands. Flame Charge to take the Blissey out. That's a big KO there. Snork's going to lay down a block, give itself some shield, maybe insulate itself for a little bit of time. Talon is going to fly, mostly just in case Delta Storm wanted to push.
Yeah, and looking at the way that this game has gone so far, we still don't have Tinkaton. There we go. Finally getting that level 7. The level disparity is just kind of unreal at this point. It makes me wonder what the plan was for not running that second EXP share, just to make sure that Tinkaton can get online. Dodrio does expend a Unite move there, so they will not have it for the next engagement, which might be at the top in this Regieleki.
Good secure there from Delta Storm. We are going to have a little bit of a fight here, but in the bottom side, Talonflame getting a nice 40-point back cap. Going to extend their lead even more. 191 to a big old goose egg as a Regieleki is appearing in the top path. It is Delta Storm going to make the first move. Just a little bit of a tap. Alolan Ninetales is going to return the favor, but we do have a Goodra fight.
Yeah, I think that maybe the plan here for this Tinkaton was just to make sure they can secure objectives. But here comes Alolan Ninetales with the Unite move. They will take down Blissey once again, who still hasn't gotten their Unite move online. I don't even know if Tinkaton's going to be able to get in to try to secure this objective, which now is leashing, because they do have a fly on Talonflame as well.
Are they going to find the secure? No, they're going to find a KO, make it 2, double it up. Give it to the next person. Now they're going to look for the secure onto the Regieleki. Dodrio takes that one. But this could potentially just walk with a minimal overcap, 20 points into a 19 HP goal. That is the play, but 215 to nothing. A little bit over the halfway mark.
Got a level 11 on that Talonflame. No level 11s quite yet, though Leafeon has maintained some experience. They're looking for this Dodrio. They will find them. That is a huge KO for Delta Storm. They absolutely needed something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor ordered, that level 10 Dodrio. But it is the Alolan Ninetales and the Talonflame that are kind of running away with this match. Both level 11. Registeel down on the bottom path. It is Delta Storm's going to start to respond. All 5 members looking to push. Mewtwo lagging just ever so slightly behind. Leafeon looking for a flank. Looking for maybe a solo target to try to Unite move. But it doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, they need to make an engagement with all 5 members. The Goodra Unite move is popped. Doesn't really matter that much. They are going to hold out just for a little bit longer. No members down yet, but immediately coming down on top of 3 members of Delta Storm. Itty Bitty Skitty Committee taking this fight very handedly.
Yeah, they're going to get all 5 members. Goodra is back up, but they will not have enough time because I believe there's going to be enough damage from these 2 to mostly take through the majority of this Registeel HP bar. Yeah, Blissey, Goodra, just ever so slightly late on that one. But it is 3:30 mark, maybe last chance to use some Unite moves. Leafeon just got another one, so they could potentially look for a big KO to kind of maybe level up their levels. Level up the levels.
Level up their levels. Yeah. They might want to do that. Interestingly enough, which we haven't pointed out yet, the Suicune is a Surf Suicune. I've noticed it a couple times, but it's not something that we see quite as often as we see Whirlpool. Speaking of that Pokemon, they are going to escort their Alolan Ninetales brethren to this basement path. Though Suicune is not an Ice-type Pokemon, it has a lot of Ice-type moves, so I'm just going to consider them both to be Ice-types for the time being. They will break that basement Tier 2 goal zone as Talonflame looking to jump in on 4 by themselves.
That's a massive KO. Mewtwo Y taking that one, but Blissey going down as well. A little bit of a push is on. Oh, Lola Ninetales might have been caught with their hands on the cookie jar. Mewtwo Y grabbing a pair, but Snorlax on hot pursuit. A little bit of a shield might give it a little bit of insulation. Tinkaton to the rescue. This brawl is on, and this is exactly what Delta Storm needed.
Yeah, they needed a mistake to be made like that for Talonflame, which I don't think that the Talonflame realized that there were 4 members of Delta Storm in that bush. I think they were looking for vision, maybe expected 1 of them to be there, but not 4. Though they are still in the lead, and still no points have gone in for Delta Storm. That fight...
defend here, right? I mean, Delta Storm really going to have to make that first move, and they are going to maybe put a little bit of damage on this Snorlax, Tinkaton, Gigaton Hammer, not finding the mark just yet. But here comes a nice combination from Leafeon directly on the Snorlax, into a block, into the power nap, but here comes Dodrio from the backside, looking for a KO. There's that Emerald two-step, 2 members fall down here for Itty Bitty Skitty Committee, make it 3. This might be the time for Delta Storm.
No way, the Dodrio was looking to flank around the backside, but it was them who got caught. They were expecting it. We do have the Talonflame on the board, though. The fly is up, so it will need to wait for the cool.
Talonflame fully capitalized. They saw the low HP bars. They got their fly up. They didn't even bother looking for Rayquaza. They knew that they had a massive lead. If they could just find a KO or 2, will make that job that much easier, even if they didn't get the Rayquaza. But it didn't matter. They still get Rayquaza, and they are still going to take game number 2.
Yeah, what a play from Talon to just be patient and understand just the lead that they were in, that there wasn't really a need to panic there. They could just look for a KO when they needed it. They didn't really need to worry about losing Rayquaza. Very disciplined once again from this team. I think that's kind of what we've seen from this team throughout this series, is just the discipline that they've had to be able to take these 2 games. And that is going to be a 2-0 victory for the Itty Bitty Skitty Committee.
Alrighty, yeah. Best of 3 is going to end in
because of the lack of mobility on Delta Storm. They had the Tinkaton, they had the Goodra as well, that you could just push away with that Blizzard Avalanche combo that I think ended up going really well.
quite well. Yeah, very good stuff here for this squad. They will be moving forward in your winner's side bracket. Delta Storm, though, they will not be done. They are going to go down to that lower side bracket. Honestly, though, what an incredible fight from them. Finding those picks at a really opportune time. Just so unfortunate that they weren't able to really get it done and kind of close the door and take the Rayquaza and capitalize.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I mean, they definitely put together a team comp in game number 2 that was definitely fun, and they did end up scoring some points to make sure that they didn't get shut out, but I think it was very clear there that after losing game number 1, the momentum was in the other team's favor.
Welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Thanks for being so patient. Some technical difficulties should be solved, at least for the time being. I think everything is looking pretty stable on our end, so hopefully we don't have any more technical bugs throughout, but appreciate everybody's patience. But we do have the next round matchup set up very shortly. But Husky, before this, I think we still had some Pokemon that we wanted to watch. The first one, I think, was Charizard, and, well, I don't know if we'll have to...
It is pretty strong, and it brawls really well among a lot of different all-rounders that are currently in the meta. Currently, you can run Curse Bangle or Excel Bracer, and because of the defense buffs, it's done pretty good. It was being run a little bit competitively beforehand, more specifically by LG. They were running it, and it was a very surprising pick. And with the buffs, I expected that it might get a little bit more play, but, you know, we will have to see.
Yeah, this is very strong Pokemon. It's been banned, but it looks like we are going to be ready for our next round matchup. It's going to be a good one. But yeah, Pirate King was kind of my trainer to watch. Really, any trainer that can take it in the central area, I think it could be really incredibly powerful in that specific path. But yeah, I mean, this Pokemon... I think if I'm not mistaken, Husky, we saw it banned in both Game 1 and in Game 2.
Yeah, did we? I'm trying to remember. I know that we saw it banned at least once, so it's possible that it is on the list of Pokemon that people want to ban, or potentially it was just being banned by one team that didn't want to see it, or, you know, trying to... you know, target ban one specific trainer. But, you know, we'll have to see if that continues here in the second set that we'll be watching. Final Stand versus CACM Esports.
Okay.
Is it CACM or is it CACM?
CACM? CACM Esports.
CACM Esports.
I mean, we'll see. I'm not sure either. But as soon as we throw Charizard on the screen, it is going to stay up in that ban area, right? That, along with the Suicune. Wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, this Galarian Rapidash as well get banned, and the Ho-Oh make it the two fire flying types on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, you know, I'm not really sure if we're going to see Ho-Oh or Charizard at all this evening, but, you know, we can hold out hope for the potential to see them at some point. First pick here is going to go to Hoopa, Pokemon we didn't see in set number 1. Still a strong support. Interesting, though, to see it in that first pick slot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with some of the nerfs to some of the other supporters, obviously Alcremie getting a little bit of a hand slap, so, I mean, Hoopa definitely seems quite viable. This is also a team that loves playing Hoopa. If I'm not mistaken, it was Hoenn Plaga, if I'm not mistaken. I have to double check my LATAM teams, but a very notable team. And on the right side, look at this. Two Pokemon that have been nerfed in the most recent patch getting taken by Final Stand.
Yeah, I am surprised that we didn't see any Alchemy being prioritized in the previous set, but it is possible that those teams weren't, because I still think Alchemy is very, very good. Running either moveset seems to be a strong choice at the moment. It's still strong with the Decorate, Dazzling Gleam moveset, but honestly, Recover with the healing that it does is also really good. And Psyduck, they're trying to nerf it. They are trying so hard to make this thing not super oppressive, but it just still is.
Yeah, very. Oh, Inteleon is also, like, very, very interesting. So they are playing the nerfed Pokemon on the right side, maybe except Zeraora hasn't been nerfed in at least a couple of patches, but 3 of their 4 picks have already been almost pretty intensely nerfed, I would say. On CACM, though, they are going to round out their squad with the Mew along with that Talonflame.
Yeah, I really like this composition here from CACM Esports. I like seeing Mew coming back out. I think it's still a really good pick. It has a lot of range, and against Inteleon, there's not really much you can do in terms of outranging it, but Mew has a lot of options. It has coaching, it can be a little bit of support, and it also has a lot of secure options. It's got Solar Beam, it's got Electro Ball, and it also has a ton of mobility. So it does outdo Inteleon in terms of the mobility and the options that it has. And rounding out Final Stand is this Alolan Raichu, a Pokemon that I honestly have seen some people starting to discuss again. It came out, it was pretty strong. It seemed everyone was like, oh, I guess it's only strong in solo queue. It stopped really being used in competitive, as a lot of auto attackers tend to do. But I'm starting to see more players talk about this again. So this is going to be a double mage composition here for Final Stand, which is quite interesting, but I honestly don't hate it here.
I don't either. I mean, I love playing Alolan Raichu. It is quite fun to play. I love playing. Personally, I like playing the Electro Ball moveset because you kind of
me too.
Really fun plays. You can throw them in the tall grass and maybe explode them when an enemy walks in. It does a surprising amount of damage, so it is a super fun Pokemon to play. I do like it. But CACM Esports, I did double check my LATAM teams. I was right. It is a lot of the members of Ho and Plaga, so a very notable squad, just under a new moniker. So this is going to be quite the matchup for this squad of Final Stand, because this is quite a good team that they have to play against.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game number 1.
Game number 1, CACM Esports on your left side, Final Stand on their first stand of round number 2. Gonna be on your right side, taking the Snorlax and the Mew down to the bot path here.
Yeah, we've got the Mew playing that bottom path attacker role. Now, sometimes we do see Mew slotted into the support role, but it is going to be playing as an attacker this time, because they do have Snorlax and they also have Hoopa. Looking for a secure here, it is going to be the Snorlax, able to take that one. Now CACM moving forward to the second, to the contested indeed, and they were not able to grab that one, but still putting some pressure on.
Yeah, you're already seeing some of the nerfs in action from this Inteleon, not able to really clear that wild Pokemon experience by itself as easily. Look at this pressure here. Torchic looking for a KO on the Milcery, unable to get it. Hoopa putting a little bit of A-press pressure on that Zeraora and maybe slowing down the clear. Nice KO there for the Raichu coming to the top path.
Yeah, what a big KO. They move forward again, picking up 2. They are running the stored power moveset, so a little bit more consistent damage, but not as fun in my opinion. Just play Electro Ball. I feel the way about Electro Ball on Raichu as I do about Psyshock on Espeon. Like, just play Electro Ball.
Just play the more broken moveset, or at least the more fun moveset. 2v3 down in the bottom path. From the top path, it should be a little bit of an advantage for CACM Esports, but unable to really get a whole lot done. Still have this Torchic as a Torchic.
And we are seeing the recover on that Alchemy. Now, I think this move is going to be extremely strong in competitive environments because it takes a skill shot to hit those recovers. And in solo, I've noticed that a lot of solo queue teammates just either don't really care, or they don't really, you can't really communicate with them where they're trying to go to properly position the recover dollops, but I do really love this choice here. It is going to be interesting because it is double mage and there's not a ton of healing. Like, if there's a lot of burst, then they just kind of go down, but it is very strong nonetheless.
All 5 members converging on this center area birds. Hoopa the only one to fall. Nice little heavy slam there, or sorry, a nice little slam there from Final Stand to try to knock some people through that portal. Unfortunately, weren't able to stop through, but here comes the Talonflame, looking to get online as a Talonflame. That will do the trick. KO on the Psyduck, level 7 achieved.
Yeah, that is definitely a move there for CACM Esports. They're behind a little bit in the score, but not in terms of levels, I don't believe. We're getting a little bit of lagging again. We do have the discharge on the Zeraora. Almost a Mucid attack taking them down.
Almost just a hair off, but look at this little play. Psyduck at least going to try to save the team for the time being. Overheat does miss the mark, but all 5 members of CACM Esports are looking to converge on this Regieleki. Psychic pull, going to pull the Snorlax a little bit closer, but a nice Hoopa portal reset going to top off those HP bars. 4 members of Final Stand up here with Inteleon lagging shortly behind. Here comes Talonflame, big fly, connect into the flame sweep, going to abduct a couple members. Alchemy going to be the first to fall.
Yeah, what a great engagement there from that Talonflame. Unfortunately, not able to take down everyone, but it does force Final Stand backwards a bit. Here comes the Unite move from Alolan Raichu. Blaziken lining up an overheat, not enough, but it is still going to be secured by that Mew. CACM Esports now will send that Regieleki moving.
Yeah, 2 members are down here for CACM, and Zeraora poking and prodding at the defender supporter composition in that top path. All 5 members of Final Stand are going to try to close out this Regieleki. Mission accomplished. That is down. but CACM Esports has bought a little bit of time. Basement Reggie still up on the map.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be between this Zeraora and this Talonflame in terms of who is scaling faster, and they were both reaching level 10 around the same time. Wow, what a miss there from that Inteleon snipe shot going wide. 40 points will go in for that Talonflame, shrinking the score lead by a good amount.
Another snipe shot connecting onto the Snorlax. That will do the trick. Alolan Raichu taking that one just like that. 3 members are down for final stand. Massive overcap in that T1 pad. Flame Sweep from downtown looking to take a KO on this Alolan Raichu. They finally pay a little bit of revenge down that way. And Inteleon hitting a snipe shot onto the Hoopa, but those HP bars should be reset. Got that hyperspace hole working.
Very valuable recovers as well from this alchemy. They're able to keep a lot of these Pokemon upright. Inteleon is a Pokemon that's pretty squishy, same with Alolan Raichu, so just picking up 1 recover dollop heals for like half of their HP in some cases, just because those Pokemon are so squishy. But oh, in the top path, it looks like Inteleon, or not Inteleon, Talonflame wants to converge onto this Tier 1 goal zone.
26 points going on in from the Blaziken. Oh, big Unite move right there. Zeraora paying dividends, taking 2. But here comes Hoopa. Rings are unbound. Gonna stun up final stand. But Psyduck, of all things, able to get that Basement Reggie. It's a Registeel. Now here comes the snipe shots. A little bit short. Unable to take the Hoopa. But we do have a nice KO there. Alolan Raichu takes it down.
Yeah, what a great Psy there from the Psyduck. I believe is one of the waves of that Unite move, able to take it down. Inteleon will also take down the Blaziken, but unfortunately Alolan Raichu does go down once again. Even with this Hoopa on their side, CACM Esports just doesn't seem to be able to keep that map control that you would expect from this Pokemon, especially with Hyperspace Hole.
Yeah, they're going to put a little bit of pressure on. You got a Solar Beam connecting into the backline. 3 members of Final Stand. There's still a Regieleki hovering in that top path. Do have Zeraora maybe starting off this the Altaria rip. Try to get a little bit more XP, but here comes CACM Esports. Talonflame looking for a way in. Gonna land a fly here. Gonna try to find a secure Zeraora, backing off a little bit. Flame Sweep, but nice CC dodge there using the Unite move. The Plasma Gale able to take that Regieleki.
Yeah, the Blaziken just can't seem to do anything. They're lining up their overheats, but so much damage from this double mage composition is coming down before Blaziken can do too much about it. And doesn't really look like they're going to be able to prevent this Regieleki from walking. A good fly from Talonflame will do a lot of damage. That's about it, but it looks like everybody will fall afterwards. They break the tier 2, but at what cost?
Blaziken getting chunks of comeback experience, a Quadra KO. Now they're going to look to try to close out this T1 goal zone. We'll get at least a little bit closer with Psyduck. Getting to the top path in time. Snorlax going to try to block him out. Mew in the back line going to try to score this 40. Able to accomplish that mission. 19 also going in from Snorlax, so they may have lost their T2, but they did net a T1 there.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got the comeback experience the Blaziken needed, landing on all 4 members of Final Stand and hitting them all at once with a big overheat. That'll kind of do it, and now they are at level 14, matching the Zeraora on the opposite side. So even though that they broke that tier 2 goal zone, which I think is great if you're Final Stand, I think that you gave up so much of that comeback experience to where you're not as much in the lead as you thought you were earlier in the match.
Zeraora looking for a way in on this Regirock. Gonna try to find this Talonflame. Gonna start chipping down the Regirock. It is at half, but we got a nice little fly here looking and waiting, but it is a little bit early. Hoopa, though, able to take that Regirock, put it in the handbag of CACM Esports. Zeraora looking to press on forward, but a Unite move from Talonflame just to escape.
Wow, yeah, that's an interesting call. The Flame Sweep could really be a valuable tool there for CACM, but I think that losing Talonflame in that moment would have been worse, so I think that that is the right call. We now have a level 15 Blaziken on the map, not quite level 15, that's Zeraora, but they are starting to chip at this Rayquaza, potentially looking to bait in CACM Esports.
Some snipe shots missing the mark there, and Snorlax going to put some Pokemon in a little bit of danger. Unite move from the Alchemy is going to maybe start this party off. Zeraora going down. That's the first to fall. Mew is going to hit a massive Solar Beam on multiple members. Snipe shot just going to hit that wall of Snorlax, and it is CACM Esports in the driver's seat. 2 members, 2 KOs for this Talonflame, and now the rip is on Ray. We have Blaziken starting to chip and prod. Hoopa's going to try to send a teammate back for a little bit of a reset. Blaziken going to try to line up and overheat. Here it comes. There it goes. There goes Rayquaza. CACM Esports securing.
All of a sudden, we are back the other way, and I mean, I don't I hate to say it, but I have no idea what Zeraora was doing, standing in that Rayquaza pit just by themselves, ripping. We will end with a tie score. The final stand does give the GG there, but we will end with a tie score, which is
Huge.
just funny. But I have not a single clue what Zeraora's plan was. I watched them in the Rayquaza pit. They ripped Ray down to about half, and then they just kind of walked into the middle of the fight. And I'm not really sure what that was about. I don't know if the call was that they wanted to rip or they just wanted to chip at it a little bit and then didn't realize how low they were getting it, but I really think that's what ended up losing Final Stand that fight. They really had the advantage there. They needed to stay grouped around that Alchemy, and unfortunately for them, the Zeraora got caught out early and it just allowed Talonflame to converge onto those backliners.
Capitalization from CACM Esports and maybe a little bit of a misstep from Final Stand. So incredible stuff there. Great. I mean, honestly, really good prowess by them to find those KOs, and then knowing their win condition being down over 100 points. They know they need to hit Rayquaza. They go for it. They have the advantage. They have that Blaziken lining it up, and man, they hit it out of the park.
Yeah, and I really think that the Blaziken struggled a lot in that early game, but being able to get that many KOs, even though the Tier 2 goal zone was broken, I feel like that really put CACM in a much better position, especially having that level 15 Blaziken at Ray. And it is interesting to think about, because you think at any cost you would want to break that Tier 2 goal zone, set up an opportunity for Regieleki to push into the base potentially. But I think that's one of those rare moments where losing everybody immediately afterwards was more detrimental than breaking the goal zone was good. And that's not usually something that I feel like I would advise. Like, it would be really difficult to explain to a team when not to do that, because you always just want to break goal zones and give opportunities for that win condition. But the Blaziken getting online was just unreal and super helpful for CACM in that late game.
Yeah, I mean, the Quadra KO definitely helped in that moment. I mean, you saw at level 15 by the time Rayquaza joined the fray in that final stretch. Unfortunately for the Final Stand, it did not go in their favor in game 1, so we are going into game number 2. Advantage CACM Esports. It didn't look super easy breezy for them in the early part of that game. I mean, this is a pretty experienced team, a really good LATAM team that has competed in a lot of different tournaments, grassroots and UCS alike, mostly together, and they showed exactly kind of the composure that you would expect out of an experienced team.
Yeah, a great game number 1. I think Final Stand in their potentially Final Stand in the winner side bracket, they just need to consider kind of the way that they want to approach that end game fight, because they had it, and I really don't know what that call was. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like, I have no idea what was going on with that Zeraora. They just got absolutely blown up in that end game. I really think they could have taken a really good team fight. The double mage comp seemed to be working out for them pretty well, but also you have to consider the scaling of the team comp from CACM in that late game, the Blaziken being so online, the Talonflame being a late game menace, basically the destroyer of double mage comps. So, you know, we will see what ends up happening here. We see some name changes on the board for Final Stand, who has chosen to take that first pick slot.
And they're going to go ahead and ban that Umbreon. It's something that we've seen almost every... I said almost, but I think it is every single game. A Ho-Oh ban on the other side, so teams not really wanting to yield this Pokemon that we had on the watch list, but we certainly haven't had a chance to watch it just yet.
Yeah, we get to watch it on the bench instead. We are seeing the Blissey banned. Lucario being considered for that final ban. No, it is going to be Charizard. So again, the Pokemon that we've had to watch, we don't really get to watch, but we are seeing why they would be watched if they were allowed into the game. We have an opportunity here for Final Stand to grab that Suicune. They are considering it here. They are going to lock that in.
Yeah, maybe next one we will like put the Pokemon to watch, the ones that are likely not to get banned, but will get picked. That's something that maybe I'll think about next time. But either way, Suicune on the left side, that's a Pokemon that has been kind of staying up in that ban slot very frequently over the last couple months, but with some of these more buffed Pokemon, we're starting to see it more and more.
Yeah, and it is going to be that EXP share, so considering having it in that support/defender role. On the other side, CACM does want that Hoopa back, so they're going to take it, and they are going to take the Snorlax. I think that's a great choice. Snorlax still one of the strongest traditional defenders. I guess Ho-Oh right now is the strongest defender, probably, but I don't even know if Ho-Oh is being played as a defender, so we'll kind of give that crown to Snorlax still.
Yeah, it still holds probably one of the best true defenders. One of the few true defenders. Like, yeah, I guess it does do some damage with that flail moveset. And even early game it does well, but it's kind of a true defender. You don't pick it for the damage. You usually pick it for the amount of crowd control that it provides. I'm liking this double speedster comp from Final Stand, but a good counter to that is going to be this Pikachu. Imagine that we're going to see some Volt Tackle.
Yeah, that's definitely a good pick into that double speedster, and I'm not sure if Final Stand knew exactly what they wanted to do because the Talonflame was locked in after the clock hit 0, so I'm not sure if they just ended up on Talonflame or they intentionally picked it, so they might have wanted to wait to pick that Talon until later, but it does give the option for CACM to grab that Pikachu. They grab the Absol as well, which I like. I feel like instead of countering a double speedster comp with like a double mage comp, I think that having at least one speedster to kind of deal with that is helpful. But that being said, they do have Galarian Rapidash on the other side, and that could be extremely oppressive.
I also like this Buzzwole pick last one. I mean, you could definitely, if you're able to hit some of those skill shots to grab onto either of those speedsters, it could be pretty fun, especially if you can kind of stop them in their tracks and take down those HP bars before they're able to get their cooldowns back up. But the other thing that I'm kind of interested here, Husky, is Alchemy kind of getting picked in that last slot, which just seems so far-fetched considering like the last like month or so, this Pokemon has been almost permabanned.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I thought that the nerfs weren't that much on Alchemy, but I guess they were enough to kind of put it out of favor. At least not out of favor, but into a not as high of a priority as some of these other picks. It's more, I guess you could say, balanced, and that's not a thing that a lot of supports tend to have. So I think that does give a lot of teams some options. If you like Alchemy and you work it into your team comp, you can pick it, and you don't really need to worry as much about having to force that ban. So I think it's in a pretty good spot, but it is interesting after it released so strong. I still think it's really, really good. Yeah. But it's definitely a more coordinated play type of support, I feel like.
I still like it, at least in the Solar Q environment, but yeah, I think maybe at least a little bit it is lagging behind in the competitive scene, but we will see how it plays out here in game number 2. Final Stand on their final stand in the winner's bracket. They will need to win this game. Otherwise, they will be going down to that lower side bracket. Galarian Rapidash along with that Milcery heading to the top path.
I think the Final Stand could have done either in terms of what speedster they'd be sending to the central area, but they opt to send Talonflame there. I wonder if Galarian Rapidash is probably stacking, just giving it that path opportunity, gives it some more opportunities to stack, which we will see. First goal of the game is that Ponyta stacking just a little bit. Buzzwole on the opposite side also getting to stack. Mew getting very low. They will get taken down.
Yeah, Snorlax stacking KOs right now, finding a one early. They're also not going to yield any bit of advantage because they are going to put a little bit of pressure on this Suicune, and they're also going to score a nice little 4-point dunk there. Pikachu is going to retreat, just at least for the time being, because they know that potential jungler is going to be coming up to the top path, but instead it is they're going to the top path. Here comes Absol on the return. No KOs found for Final Stand.
What a great gank there from that Absol coming around through the central to make sure that they're not able to get away. And I believe we saw Talon go down. Yes, we did. So a little bit of lag there, but Absol does come up, and they rotate the Pikachu to the top path as well just to make sure that CACM gets that dominance in the top path. Absol now inching toward level 6. Will now head through the hyperspace hole to the bottom.
A little bit of tempo down to the bottom path. Snorlax didn't really need a whole lot of help. They got double KO down on the bottom path, mostly solo, but Absol is there to clean up that Mew. Also going to steal away some of this wild Pokemon experience away from Final Stand. Point's going to go on in. Suicune going to try to defend Absol, going straight back to their central area.
So far, this is a messy early game for Final Stand, and you would expect that they need that early game start because of running 2 speedsters. Now the Galarian Rapidash is level 5. It could start to turn around in their favor, but no level 7 quite yet on this Talonflame. Definitely doesn't spell... It definitely isn't great for them at this point in the match, especially with Absol easily at level 7.
Absol also looking for maybe a little bit of the central area of Final Stand, also looking for a little bit of a flank here. Engage from the Snorlax, going to try to engage directly on the Suicune. Mission accomplished. Point's going to try to go on in, but here comes Talonflame. Big Brave Bird, going to damage the Absol, going to take out the Absol, going to also take out the Pikachu. That is exactly what Final Stand wanted. Now they're looking at that Hoopa. That's a triple KO for this Talonflame.
Huge, and just like that, Final Stand is right back in this, getting the early game back the way they wanted it. Talonflame getting some points in. Another stack going in for Galarian Rapidash. 4 members, now 5 members of Final Stand in this basement path, looking for an opportunity to secure this basement objective.
Yeah, they're in great position. You also have all this freeze from this Suicune. Going to try to zone out the squad, but here it comes. It's going to be a Regirock. Immediate damage from Final Stand. Going to connect in the top path, though. You do see CACM immediately going for that Regieleki. Points now going to go on into this T1 goal zone, but here, Snorlax just going to let it happen. What?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I guess they're just making sure that the vision is there. They know where they are, I guess, and
true.
They want to try to give an opportunity for the rest of CACM to potentially move this Regieleki into the Tier 2 goal zone. Talonflame does have to back up. They do have a Unite move, though. An easy Flame Sweep will take 3
nice.
and the Regieleki into their own central area.
Oh, and they're also going to get KO on that Absol, but they are going to go down in the process. Hoopa taking that KO. Buzzwole paying a little bit of exception. They're going to now put a little bit of pressure forward. A nice little superpower into the back line. Double KO for this Galarian Rapidash before they go down, though.
Yeah, definitely a play there. We did have a couple KOs back and forth. The Buzzwole now coming out on top of that fight, being one of the only members of CACM standing after that push. CACM does still have the score lead, and a pretty substantial one at this point in the match, but this Talonflame is definitely a force to be reckoned with, a little bit dangerous now at level 10.
Very dangerous. Hoopa's still helping the team play with a little bit of tempo. Gonna reset some HP bars, and you see Buzzwell playing quite forward. No real objectives on the map, though. 155, 85 nearing this halfway mark.
And Hoopa does still have the map control with that hyperspace hole, and they are still holding on to one of their Tier 1 goal zones, so they still got a lot of control over the map if they do want some opportunity to send their team around. You do find some vision on the Suicune, but the rest of CACM looks to have moved into the central area.
Yeah, look at them migrate down to this bottom path. 3 members, though, Final Stand are sussing out this little bit of a push. Hoopa does hold on to their Unite move, so they could potentially also pivot towards the top path. There's immediate damage come. Here comes the Flame Sweep, but it met by a blocked Snorlax. There goes the team up top. Rings are unbound. Here's that big push into this T2 goal zone. Pikachu's going to go ahead and Unite move. Suicune going to fall. Galarian Rapidash trying to respond, but they're getting met by Doom. That's a double KO for this Absol.
Wow, Absol scoring off the pad as well. Was able to pull that off, but not able to get those 50 points in, and now the reinforcements have arrived. Final Stand is in that top path. The Mew Unite move does come out. Buzzwole is down. Hoopa also being forced to retreat. They will get KO'd ultimately by that Galarian Rapidash, and Final Stand had a final stand with that Suicune standing on that Tier 2 goal zone, and they were not able to get the points in that they wanted.
This is a really good response. Absol, though, is going to close out that T1 goal zone in the bot pass. Snorlax going to try to block a couple of those secure tools away from the Regieleki. Pikachu getting the best of it. E-Ball going to steal that one.
Yeah, what a great move from that Pikachu. The Electro Ball does secure it. Alchemy does keep Suicune alive, so he tries to get away. No, it is going to be the Hoopa to ultimately take them down. Double KO for that support Pokemon. Make it a triple. They take down the Alchemy as well. CACM, though, they don't want to stop here. They want to move into that Tier 2 again.
And there's that Absol Unite move. They are going to take out that Talonflame. That's a Quadra KO. Give him the Penta, please. Keep
Somebody
putting
walk
a little
up
bit
to
of
this
pressure.
Hoopa.
Yeah, someone please walk up to this Hoopa. I want to see a Hoopa Penta KO. I haven't seen one of those since maybe Season 1. Yeah, 259, 85 your scoreline so far here. Going to add on to that with another 23 from this Snorlax. So CACM Esports putting the pressure on. They're also going to potentially get this basement Regieleki, or basement Reggie.
Yeah, the Snorlax they're taking. Yeah, basement Regieleki. That threw me off. So I like had something that I was gonna say, and then you said basement Regieleki. I was like, what is?
I'm excited for the new map
again?
changes, please.
Yes, give that to us as soon as possible. But what I was going to say is that the Snorlax has been able to take advantage of a lot of opportunities to score, as well as this Absol. They've been kind of moving around the map, taking advantage of kind of the state of disarray that they have continued to put Final Stand in from their pushes. And being said, CACM is not as patient as what we have seen in the previous set that we casted today. They are definitely pushing their advantage, looking to do that now as well. Talonflame on a sliver of HP. They will take down Buzzwole.
Yeah, great KO there right before Rayquaza. 20 seconds. Talonflame is going to retreat back to home base just so they can get that HP bar topped off. A nice play. This might be the Ray fight. Suicune's able to take out the Absol. Buzzwole still in the Pokemon Center just now coming to fruition. We have still a large KO timer. And this is a big fight here. Pikachu and Galarian Rapidash both going to Unite move. Pikachu might be going on down. 1 HP in a dream. It's a nightmare, though. Final Stand going to Ray.
Yeah, that's a lot of Unite moves expended so far. Buzzwole will use theirs as well. Super Swole Slide comes down. They take down the Galarian Rapidash. Rayquaza's at half.
Hoopa is going to try to maybe stun out Final Stand. It's getting dangerously low. Here comes Talonflame, but no, it's Absol. Able to take it for CACM Esports. Final Stand almost had it.
Oh, the Brave Bird in the air. I'm pretty sure that in the air they were coming down and the Absol Unite move took them out before they hit Rayquaza, but that was very good timing and a great final attempt there from Final Stand to try to take that Rayquaza. They kind of did exactly the right thing. They took down Absol early, pivoted onto Ray, but unfortunately they just did not have the rip. I mean, look at what they have on the board with Galarian Rapidash down. They don't have a ton of rip to be able to take that down before the Absol got back. And with the Hoopa Unite move, the Rings Unbound came out. Absol had a Unite move prepared, and they were able to take that Rayquaza and ultimately the win. What a set there. I mean, Final Stand did have their moments, but CACM Esports definitely maintained that control.
I loved the call there from Final Stand, knowing that they had some pretty long KO timers on the opposite side, so that was the time to move, and they really did. And unfortunately, that, like you said, Brave Bird just maybe a little bit too early. Absol able to kind of clutch it up for CACM Esports, but I like this Final Stance team. I mean, they were putting a lot of pressure on quite a good UCS squad. So honestly, while it was a 2-0, hats off to the Final Stand.
Yeah, they definitely did have a good amount of chances there to be able to take that team down, and they did look really good, especially in the second game. Throughout that mid game, had a little bit of a tough start, even with that double speedster composition. I don't think they got the Galarian Rapidash to where they kind of wanted it to be throughout the match, but they did have a lot of good moments. I think that CACM drafted into them very, very well, and at the end of the day, sometimes it really is just who secures Ray, and the Absol was able to pull it off.
Absol, one of the best ones to do it, but yeah, unfortunate for Final Stand, but their day is not done. They'll be going down to that lower bracket. They do have a shot to come up through that grand finals. It'll just be kind of a little bit of a long path and best of one. So, but with that said, we are going to send this to a quick break while we get the next matchup set up for y'all. So don't go too far, folks. Grab a drink, grab a snack, maybe use the restroom if you need to, but we will be back very, very shortly with more Underdunk. Underdunk number 56 in the heart of the bracket. I'm going to put my tea down before I spill it all over the place. But we are back. We have the next round matchup, and it is going to be a classic. We have Barrel of Monkeys versus T3. Barrel Monkeys, if I'm not mistaken, is a moniker, I guess, of maybe the new Goofy Goobers. Maybe just a couple of different changes, but two really good squads, Husky. I'm really excited to watch this one.
Yeah, we got to see some of Barrel of Monkeys last night on the Electrode Volleyball Tournament, which me and Kyle were just talking about, and I unfortunately fell asleep about 2/3 of the way through the tournament. But what a fun time that was. I wish Underdunk was always Electrode Volleyball. Just kidding. All right, we've got it here. We go into our draft. T3 versus Barrel of Monkeys.
I think I hardly know her we could put together a mean.
Huh?
What? Just what? What? We're not banning today. No bans today. This is
that
bizarre.
allowed?
All right.
Did they just
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
What's happening?
I don't know. I'm curious about what's going on here.
First pick apps.
Is this gonna be all speedsters? Is this all speedsters?
Wait, did they just like handshake to?
Oops, all speedsters.
To take all speedsters? It looks like it. Jolteon's considering. Yeah, they're only taking speedsters.
This is huge.
I don't even know. How do we cast this? Well, I guess we cast it very well.
I'm loving this.
Zoroark
all
being considered.
Speedsters.
Oops,
Okay.
all speedsters. Talonflame is wearing the EXP share over there. Galarian Rapidash
they're
also
serious.
wearing the EXP share. They're dead ass about this.
They are so serious.
There's the
but this is
Gengar.
Crazy.
Kusi takes the Gengar.
Oh.
Wait, come back! Come
back,
This
please.
is so important. This is so important.
We need to know. There we go.
Okay, thanks.
We're back.
Tie-Dye considering the Dodrio. We've got a couple of other speedster options that can be picked up, Meowscarada being one of them.
Masquerada is gonna be the last pick, right?
Does it have to be?
It has to be.
Is that all of them?
Imagine Monkey ruins it and picks something else.
What would there's no other speedsters, right? I'm trying to think.
I think that's
It has
right?
to be
I mean,
Meow.
unless you consider like Scyther, but that doesn't have a blue.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, I guess Scyther. But yeah. Okay. All right. So.
Okay. Speedster, I hardly know her.
All right. Speedster, I hardly know her. Game number 1 will be 5 speedsters versus 5 speedsters. Now, Kyle, which 5 speedster comp do you like better?
I'm very confused, but I love
Yeah,
it.
I'm quite confused myself.
I wonder if the teams were like, okay, going into this, let's meme and figure it out along the way. I think Darkrai obviously is, we've seen a lot of teams actually use that as XP shareholder. We've seen teams like Ignorance use
It doesn't look like
Zeraora as a speedster.
It doesn't look like they are. It seems like both teams are just running 1 EXP share.
Okay, so maybe some invading tactics going on?
Potentially. They've got Galarian Rapidash has the EXP share, and then the Talonflame has the EXP share.
Okay.
So I don't
liking
think
it.
anyone else. Well, I guess we didn't get to see the entire. They could have changed some of the items around before the final preparations were over, but I don't even know what team I would prefer. It's 5 speedsters versus 5 speedsters.
I'm looking
It's
at
like
the,
whoever gets online. That's a lot of experience you got to funnel into a lot of different Pokemon.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1, Speedster, I hardly know her. That's what we're calling this game. Determined that. We do see a couple Pokemon entering the central area. Maybe a little bit of a share of that. We share a little bit of the buffs. Maybe a little bit of an invade here from T3.
Yeah, so they did throw on a second EXP share that I noticed. They threw on Dodrios. Oh, the double invade, of course, heading into the enemy central area, trying to prevent the Zoroark from getting level 5. It's getting now very low. Focus Band will be popped, as well as the Illusion. They do not want to let this thing go. They won't. Talonflame gets the KO on that Zorua.
That's a pretty nice opening KO there for T3, but they are going to lose out that Ghastly, potentially also this Fletchender as Barrel of Monkeys converge onto that invade. They suss it out, but look at this Dodrio still continuing in the central area.
Yeah, they, Tie-Dye not looking to give up anytime soon. Their Sprigatito is in the top path trying to deal with 3 of these speedsters. Having Leafeon at level 4 and Absol at level 5 definitely is beneficial so far for T3. Absol getting a KO in that top path. So far, Barrel of Monkeys has not been able to get themselves online just yet.
Here comes the I was going to say Zoroark, but Zorua. They do find the little Fletchling, find a KO there. Now Barrel of Monkey's going to deposit some of their Aeos energy in that T1 goal zone. Try to level up this score a little bit in the top path because T3 kind of took quite a little bit of advantage up there.
Yeah, it looks like it. We do have the level 5 finally on the Zoroark looking for Tie-Dye now. Here comes the Florigato, but great use of that boosted attack from Dodrio is able to get through them. Talonflame does take down Darkrai in the bottom path. They are not quite yet a Fletchender, and Zoroark will handle them. It is interesting seeing so many speedsters on the map because, like, you can't just funnel experience into one thing because they all desperately need it. But Zoroark is still one of those Pokemon that has the strongest early game in the entire game. They will take down 1 in the central area, move back into their own.
I gotta get this level 5 on the Galarian Rapidash ideally, but look at this. Great push here from Barrel of Monkeys. They're gonna take out that Leafeon. They press forward into this T1 goal zone. Deposit a little bit more Aeos energy, but on the bottom side, it is T3 taking advantage of this little bit of a push down here. We do have Zoroark gonna have to retreat a little bit. Dream Eater combo connects, Shadow Ball does, but unable to find the KO is Kusi.
Yeah, it's just so many Pokemon with so much mobility going back and forth, not really able, just getting away from stuff, but not getting away there is that Zeraora. They will go down. Absol comes in to take down Galarian Rapidash as well. 2 down now for Barrel of Monkeys. Here comes Zoroark, though, trying to clean it up. Not able to get the combo going, though. Absol now at level 9, trying to get away. They won't either! Wow, Zoroark turns it around there with a double.
And they're also able to dodge that Dream Eater combo from this Gengar. Zeraora Wild Charge gonna clean up that Haunter now. Now they're gonna focus their attention down towards this Registeel, who is starting to hang out in this bottom path. Galarian Rapidash grabbing some vision for the squad as Talonflame was trying to enter in. Zoroark gonna go ahead and start ripping. Talonflame looking for a way in. They have snuck past a couple of members of Barrel Monkeys, looking for a secure, maybe looking for a way to get it, but unfortunately, they've been zoned out. Zeraora able to take that Registeel.
Yeah, now EXP Share Darkrai starting to move in. They want to put some members of T3 to sleep. Some of the speedsters got to fall asleep eventually. Zeraora following up there with the Talonflame KO. Shedinja there comes out from the Darkrai. They still will go down. I don't even know how to cast this game. This is just burst back and forth.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of just pure chaos at this point. Galarian Rapidash looking for a KO, but it is Zoroark that finishes off. Talonflame paying a little bit of revenge. Galarian Rapidash gonna try to slow down this Talonflame. Top path going quite well for Barrel of Monkeys. As you see that they are gonna start pushing a little bit forward, but they did lose their T1 goal zone. But they will be in position for this potential Regieleki if they act a little bit quicker.
Level 9 now has been reached for the Galarian Rapidash as well as for this Gengar. They finally do have a Unite move. Meowscarada is taken down very quickly. Darkrai immediately pops their Unite move on top of Leafeon, but they get KO'd in their own Unite move. Devastating.
Romeo and Juliet go down at the same time. I think Pina said that one time. I'm like, that is kind of golden when that happens.
Romeo and Juliet. Okay. Yeah, I see
like the
you.
kiss of death, you know, it's kind of good. Yeah. So
yeah.
Shout out Pina on that one. But yeah, look at this T3 getting a little bit of an advantage here. This Regieleki going to push towards this T2 goal zone.
Zeraora now standing in the central area, waiting to see where they are. Here comes the Plasmid. Nope. All right, well, they go down. The Gengar will take them down, trying to handle this Regieleki before it walks in is Barrel of Monkeys. They're all going to stand there on their T2 goal zone. Meowscarada will take down 1. Start to move in on this Absol.
Absol getting very dangerously low. Meowscarada on hot pursuit, looking for a KO, unable to hit that flower trick on them. They're going to now push towards this T1. Dodrio looking to respond. do have that tri-attack gonna connect and stop that just in time. Double team to maybe break some ankles, and they do. Adam Ninja heading to the bottom path.
Yeah, can't quite catch up to that Masquerada. What a double team. Unfortunately, goes right back into the Talonflame. Not able to get away from both of them, and that's just what happens when you have so many speedsters. Somebody is going to be able to catch up to you. That's exactly what we saw there. Dodrio now is the one being caught up to themselves. Galarian Rapidash gets credit for that KO.
Gonna take away all this Altaria experience. Gengar starting to heat up. Gonna take a KO on that Zeraora, but Darkrai gonna find 2.
Yeah, this is just this is so much chaos.
It is so
Also,
crazy.
I'm noticing just how many speedsters are dark types as well. It's just the speedster thing, I guess.
Oh yeah. We got 1, 2, 3 on one side.
One on the other side.
One on the other side, so 4 of them total. Oh,
Yeah,
here we go.
I guess
Zoroark
so.
could a Unite move there. Gonna look to take down 2. Absol, though, paying a little bit of revenge. Gonna be able to take out that Galarian Rapidash. Goal zone is gonna close out here. Gonna start leveling up this score. 330 mark. 235 to 205 advantage T3.
Match is very, very close, though. I mean, Dodrio needs to start getting some levels, but there's just been so much back and forth KOs that the teams haven't really needed to worry about the experience in terms of farming up wild Pokemon. They've just been KOing each other back and forth to make sure that they get the amount of experience that they need. With 3 minutes on the clock now, just a minute left until Rayquaza hits the map, Barrel of Monkeys is going to be in charge of this Regirock, but here comes the Gengar! They're moving in with the Unite move. It is still going to be Galarian Rapidash with the secure.
Had a couple of potential opportunities. It looked like Talonflame might have also been able to get it, but Galarian Rapidash closes out the KO on the Gengar in the bottom path. Absol pays revenge immediately on the Galarian Rapidash. The top path, it is secured by Barrel of Monkeys, and that's going to start walking towards this T2 goal zone. 30 seconds until Rayquaza T3, lining up a potential back cap down low.
Somehow, though, Barrel of Monkeys has gotten themselves quite the level lead. 2 level 14s. Quietly, Meowscarada has crept in to that level 14 range. Only Absol now reaching that for T3. And nobody else is even level 13 quite yet. So even though the advantage in terms of score is on T3's side, Barrel of Monkeys is definitely with the level advantage.
I like this play here from this Darkrai, pressing a little bit forward, trying to grab some vision, maybe looking to... I was going to say, you have a target priority, you get one of the speedsters. Oh, they get one. Talonflame going to be the first to fall here. Barrel Monkeys, you still have a Darkrai Unite move.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go after a speedster next. I feel like that would be a good call for them, but on the other side, T3 really could use an opportunity to get one of these speedsters on the other side. It's just a matter of which one they want to go for. Rayquaza now about at half. Dodrio gets caught out without using their Unite move. Zoroark will take them, and it looks like Barrel Monkey starting to move into the enemy central area. Leafeon comes in with the Emerald 2-step. Nobody goes down. The Darkrai uses the Unite move on the Leafeon, trying to get out of this. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it twice. The rest of Barrel of Monkeys has started to move to the Rayquaza pit.
2 members down for T3. Barrel Monkey still down 40 points. That means Zoroark looking for a secure here. Already starting to chip down Ray. Maybe grabbing some vision from the other team. Zoroark gonna take down the Talonflame. Now there's 2 down there. Absol looking for a secure. Looking at Ray. It's a little bit too early. Time. They are able to get a T3 just to get some scores in.
What? The Absol somehow takes it down. They're not able to score. There's a couple shields on their side. I believe we've got Dodrio. We've got Gengar shield. Here comes the Gengar with a double KO. Plasma Gale not enough to take down their shield. They are in the lead right now. So if anything, Barrel of Monkeys is going to have to be the team to go across the other side and look for a score. Gengar makes quick work of that Zoroark. They will get 100 points in, basically cementing Barrel of Monkeys going down 0-1. In this speedster on speedster match.
Insane stuff. I mean, who would have thought? I think the team of all speedsters. All speedsters? That's pretty crazy. I definitely enjoyed watching this, but I also didn't because it was just absolute chaos front to back. Very close match, though. I mean, Barrel of Monkeys definitely had an opportunity. Thought Absol definitely Unite moving there maybe a little bit early. They did, but they were able to get that final hit of Rayquaza with, I think it was maybe a boosted auto?
Yeah, I think it might have been, or they might have pursued it in and then hit the boosted auto, but look at all these KO. Look at all these KO numbers. Fortunately, the Leafeon lagging a little bit behind, but 12 KOs apiece for 1 Atom Ninja and 2 Atom Ninjas. So a lot of KOs on that side. And on the other side, Gengar leading the charge in terms of KOs. Anon and Virago with 5 apiece.
Yeah?
I feel like I just hope that nobody important is like watching me try to cast this, because I feel like that was that was an absolute nightmare. Like, how am I supposed to color for the speedster
Mr.
on
Pikachu
speedster matchup when there's no downtime at all?
Yeah, Mr. Pikachu, Vice President of Pokemon Operations. This is not what you normally see in Unite, so give us a break. Give us a little bit of a break. How's Kyle for Worlds?
All I'm saying to Pierre's chat is, Pierre said in chat that Lost Absol Auto, like, Flower Trick exists. All I'm saying is that would never be me losing that Flower
Husky's
Trick opportunity to secure. So that's all I'm saying. But the 5-on-5 Speedster match will conclude with a T3 win for game number 1. The question is, will we be seeing a similar strategy for game number 2, or will we see a more traditional game of Pokemon Unite?
I'm hoping for, like, all supporters. Maybe they'll do, like, another, like, all one class type of thing.
All supporters would be great. I think it's a little bit easier to follow, personally.
I wonder if there's enough. Is there 10 total?
Is there 10?
Let me double check. I'm gonna go on.
Now we gotta look.
No, there's exactly 10 supporters now. It could happen.
So we could see the supporter. We could see the supporter match. Obviously, we could see all-rounders.
Everything else, yeah.
Can we see defenders? Are there?
Yeah, Defender has 11.
There are 10 defenders. There are 11 defenders. Yeah, so we could be seeing something like that. I don't know what the teams were, if they were just like, hey, this would be funny if we did this for game 1, and then they will play seriously for game 2 and potentially 3.
I hope it. I hope so. I'm looking in chat. Kusi is saying, stay tuned, and we will see. So there's something fun cooking. See, this is what it's all about. I'm all for...
This is it. All speedsters for Worlds.
Imagine.
I think that
like,
Noob and Spraggle should be forced to cast a game like that.
We made them cast our game.
No. We had nothing to do with that. They chose us to go through that. That was not detrimental to them. That was detrimental to us and our egos.
I want to know who made that call. Who made that call? Let these goofy casters.
Production. He said production made that call. Why are the people who got destroyed at NAIC casting a tournament?
Matt. Honestly, they cooked us. Because we're good at yapping, not pressing buttons.
I'm good at yapping and pressing buttons. No, I'm not.
I'm okay at pressing buttons. We would have won if we had more practice. It was the lack of practice. We weren't dedicated to the practice regimen. That was the problem.
And to be fair, we didn't lose as bad to Nouns as Revelation lost to LG in the grand finals.
Hey, true. That is true.
So to be fair,
the
gap between us and Nouns is smaller than the gap between LG and the next best NA team.
Yeah. So, who's the real winner here? Oh, we are going to find out. Barrel of Monkey is going to have that first pick. Okay, they're banning the Latios. I love it already.
So,
Draku made the call? That's crazy.
What's up, Draku? Thanks for the raid, by the way. We're banning speedsters this time. We're banning 4 speedsters this time. Now, what will we see these two teams go with? Barrel of Monkeys has opted for that first pick slot. What are we going to see them lock in this time? Charizard off the bat. It looks like we're on all-rounders.
Okay.
Could be seeing an oops all-rounders moment.
Oops all-rounders. Okay. This one, I think you have a lot of options of, like, what Pokemon is in what role. Obviously, Suicune fits very well in a supportive class. I think Buzzwole could be, like, kind of a defender as well. Run XP share on it, doesn't need to evolve, so a lot of options for kind of, like, splitting the roles.
Yeah, you could. Zacian, another good choice. Another good option for defenders, the Mewtwo X, potentially. Zacian being hovered here by 3 Adam Ninja. They are going to take that one. 2 Adam Ninja is a little... And we end up getting, instead, the Mimikyu. So that can kind of play, you know, more of a speedster class. On the other side, we've got, you know, more traditional all-rounder in that Buzzwole and a more supportive all-rounder in that Suicune. And I'm locking in the Urshifu, a classic for this player specifically. Kuzi's gonna go with the Tinkaton. I do like the Tinkaton option here. I said it actually earlier today because it did get picked once, that it does pretty well into other all-rounders because of its ability to heal. I imagine we will see that Assault Vest get taken off because we're not going to be seeing any special attackers, but, you know, we will see what happens. They do end up taking that off. They're putting on the Rocky Helmet instead. Dragonite getting locked in. Monkey considering that Ceruledge. They are going to lock that in.
Alrighty, yeah, and I'm liking the XP share, like you said, on the Zacian. Only is able to really hold 2 items that do something, and one of them is XP share. Will make it go a little bit faster, which I like. But I'm taking a look at T3. Only 1 XP share currently. I imagine we'll probably see some shuffling around during the final preparations. Aegis Slash is a very good one because obviously does that HP shred with those boosted autos. So even if they are a little bit more bulky on the Barrel of Monkeys, it could definitely help take some of that down.
Yeah, I am going to be interested to see who they're going to slot onto that EXP share. You can run it with the Buzzwole. You can also run it with the Aegis Slash. I've seen it before.
Yeah, true.
Monkey is going to be the one to take the second EXP share for Barrel of Monkeys. They're going to grab that. They're switching to a more defender-style Mimikyu with a more supporter-style Zacian. So I can only imagine we will see Play Rough here. But, oh no, probably Shadow Claw, actually. Shadow Claw is pretty good, but It is interesting. We don't normally see Mimikyu as one of those random all-rounder EXP share options. I think we've seen a lot of all-rounders kind of be slotted into the EXP shareholder role. Mimikyu isn't one that I've ever actually seen, so I'm going to be interested. You can see Moon's tail a little bit in the background.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen it. Maybe like once or twice. I do see a lot of like Rex cooking some different things, and he likes wearing different items. So I don't think Mimikyu's one that he's ever tried XP share on. Maybe he has. I know he's a proponent of trying EXP share Tinkaton because it's like it's early game, kind of sucks anyway. Might as well just have EXP share. But let's get into game number 2. Oops, all-rounders.
Oops, all-rounders for game number 2. T3 is up 1-0. Will their group of all-rounders be able to take down Barrel of Monkeys? I think the thing to be watching here is this early game, because something like Buzzwole and Suicune have a pretty strong early game, and there's not much of an early game on Barrel of Monkeys' side unless they can get that Ceruledge to level 5 as soon as possible. Zacian doesn't have a bad early game itself, but it is one of those EXP shareholders, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Dratini heading towards the top path for their first little push, as well as I believe this Kubfu is going to head that way as well. We have Mimikyu trying to shred down this Buzzwole. Eject button is spent there, but we do have a little bit of a push from the Dragonair. Not sure where their central area Pokemon is. They do not want to push too far ahead, but a big KO down bottom for Zacian.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your central area Pokemon is?
Good one.
They are on their way to the top path, and it is going to be that Wicked Blow Urshifu. 1 Adam Ninja, not quite level 5 yet. They will be getting it here. Ceruledge now online. Nobody going down quite yet. And we do still have a level 4 on that Aegis Slash, but it is one of the EXP shareholders, so I think the level 4 to be more concerned about is this little Tinkatank.
Yeah, Tinkatank, very unfortunate. Definitely also needs its hammer stack, so they will be playing quite forward. Buzzwole playing a little quite forward, trying to take down that Ceruledge. We retreat a little bit. Ceruledge going to dodge a lot of that combo. And on the bottom side, you see Charmeleon taking advantage of that Tinkatank.
We do have Suicune just about to take into level 5. They will get it here. We do see the Whirlpool come out, looking for a little bit more consistency on those stuns. We also do see a level 5 on that Zacian, and they have opted for Metal Claw. So they are out leveling the Pokemon that they are supposed to be helping with the EXP share. This is big for Tinkaton if they are able to get this KO, and they do, finally getting to their level 5.
And nice to secure there for a non taking that big B, as well as the Ceruledge ejecting through the wall. So a couple of big items spent there for Barrel of Monkeys. Gonna try to defend this T1 goal zone. Wicked Blow, gonna miss the mark a little bit. 30 points, gonna go on in. So great plays here for T3 early on.
We do have the Wicked Blow now being charged up. We have level 7 on the Charizard as well. 5-man push to the bottom path for Barrel of Monkeys. T3 is going to have to back up. They decide not to for the time being, getting a good amount of damage on the Wicked Blow. They will lose Tinkaton, but that's only a level 6 Pokemon, has not even reached its full evolution yet.
You do have Dragonite on level 8, and it's an Outrage Dragonite, so maybe a little bit different from what I had expected. I expected to maybe have that Pokemon be the range dealer, but with Outrage, I mean, it's kind of more of that brawler type Pokemon. 7-minute mark, though.
I am surprised to see it being Outrage, but I guess they just want the full brawl.
Yeah, why not? Bring it. Tinkaton also going to start bringing it. Regirock, but here comes Charizard. No Unite move just yet. Tinkaton Hammer charges up. Damage is down to half. Here comes Dragonite now putting the pressure on this Tinkaton. Able to get the KO there. Ceruledge gets the Regieleki. Looking for a secure here. Wicked Blow. Doesn't get it.
Wow, Wicked Blow not able to get that last hit. I thought for sure that was able to connect there. Instead, it is the Dragonite. Both of these dragon-looking Pokemon will be in this bottom path, scoring a couple more points as the Regieleki also went over to Barrel of Monkeys. That will move forward. But it looks like T3 will be able to defend it.
How do we feel about, this is completely off topic, Husky. How do we feel about Mega Dragonite?
I love Mega Dragonite.
I love it, right?
He's so cute.
I don't know how
Everyone
people
who's
hate
hating
it.
on Mega Dragonite hates Joy and Whimsy.
Exactly.
And they are miserable, sad individuals, and they need to get some help.
It's coming to Unite. I'm calling it. Bring me Mega Dragonite. Ceruledge bringing a Unite move there, looking for a KO, but Dragonite is going to be the first one to fall in this team fight on this T1 pad. Charizard going to get the best of this Aegislash. That means Barrel of Monkeys is going to start retreating.
Yeah, T3 is holding their own, but it really seems like Barrel of Monkeys has been in control so far. Here comes the superpower. They find the Charizard into the Unite move. Urshifu will get the credit for that KO, but that's definitely a good one. That's a level 10 Pokemon that they were able to just take down, and now Anon on that Urshifu is the highest level in the game, immediately matched by that Dragonite, who is farming in the central area. Shadow Claw and the Mimikyu will try to make something happen, not able to. Here comes the Dragonite with the big Unite move. Looking to fight back here against this T3 team.
Draco Impact landing on the top of the heads, but that's not going to be enough. But 2 members still go down. Aegislash coming here for a little bit of a defense, but big KO. Charizard coming up here, and that is going to be points on in. Barrel of Monkeys going to extend their point lead.
Again, just a lot of back and forth between these two teams. Here comes the Shadow Claw into the Unite move. Mimikyu with the Play With Me. Ceruledge finishing off that Tinkaton. And unfortunately, just with the amount of damage, the Tinkaton hasn't really been able to do too much. And I am surprised that we did not see a Garchomp picked up. I figure that's one of the stronger all-rounders that I would expect to see. But, you know, they probably just wanted to have a good time. Zacian will take this Regieleki. T3 likely just going to let this walk in, but they don't want to give the option for Barrel of Monkeys to score first. So that is what they will do. And now pretty much everybody is up in this top path, even though there is an objective bottom path, but they're not looking to go to it.
No, they're looking for KOs, and T3 are certainly going to find some, but Barrel of Monkeys going to return the favor. 2 members down each side. Nice pickup from Buzzwole, but that's not going to be enough. More Pokemon trading back and forth. Tinkaton on hot pursuit, looking for a KO there, but on the backside, Ceruledge able to get a nice 50-point dunk, and that's going to extend the lead over 100 points here for Barrel of Monkeys.
I have no idea if the teams kind of know what their goal is. Tinkaton outlasting the Ceruledge very, very well, and Charizard also now in a little bit of danger. They will take down the Tinkaton, but once again, we're seeing a game where it's very back and forth in terms of KO numbers. Suicune gets low, but Charizard does get finished off.
A little bit of a push here for the Zacian, but getting caught out. Going to charge up their Unite move. They still find the Suicune and somehow find their way out. Going to use that Intrepid Sword passive to speed and use that agility to get on away.
Yeah, they do use the Unite move there. 3 minutes just about on the clock, and Urshifu has reached level 13, but 3 level 13s have been reached on Barrel of Monkeys' side. All of the carry all-rounders, as opposed to the supportive all-rounders. Tinkaton at this point just likely looking for some stacks. Very late Unite move from them will come out.
Yeah, and they are fully stacked. You saw that massive Gigaton Hammer eject play to take out the Zacian. That's a double KO. This is what you got to be fearing if you're Barrel of Monkeys. Tinkaton getting online, level 13. But good response from Barrel of Monkeys. They're going to get 1, not 2, but also potentially 3. But T3 on the backside going to break that T1 goal.
Yeah, I don't know how much it matters, but it does bring their score deficit within 100 points. With about 30 seconds left until Rayquaza hits the map, it's just going to be teams looking for that last little bit of experience that they can possibly garner. 14s on both the Dragonite and the Charizard, and that has only been reached for the Urshifu on the other side. But it is good that the Tinkaton has gotten to level 13 after such a rough start to that game. It's just going to be a matter of can they last in this final fight.
Final stretch. Rayquaza has joined the fray. Charizard gonna maybe check some tall grass with that flamethrower. If you get that speed boost, you know that you have hit a target. Tinkaton looking for a Gigaton Hammer engage. Gonna back right on out. Mimikyu, though, not backing out at all. Buzzwole dropping them in directly into the Hammer. But here comes a Ceruledge Unite move. All the Unite moves starting to get expended for both squads. T3 coming out ahead. 3 members down for Barrel of Monkeys. But we do have Tinkaton Buzzwole going down the other way. Dragonite very low. Charizard able to find that KO. But this is kind of a little bit of a stalemate. T3 unable to rip right now.
Yeah, they can't really do much about it. Charizard's still full health. Now Mimikyu has come back. They do have a Unite move available. Anon, though, going to try to put in 100 points. Will they be able to get to in time? They will. That actually does give T3 the lead. The Shadow Sneak will miss as well, so Mimikyu not quite able to get their points down, but it looks like Zacian's going to start the rip on Rayquaza, now backing up.
All 5 members are back in they're in this Rayquaza central area looking for the rip. Rayquaza already at half. Suicune getting dangerously low. Ceruledge able to take them out. Dragonite putting a little bit of attention, a little bit forward. Outrage is the name of the game, and they're getting a couple of KOs there. Tinkaton next on the chopping block. We had the Gigaton Hammer almost getting it, but the boosted autos do take out the Dragonite. 3 members up for Barrel of Monkeys. Gigaton Hammer misses the mark. Tinkaton down. Urshifu needs to get in there. They need a wicked blow, and they're charging it up. They get it! T3!
What? Anon able to jump in casually with the wicked blow to finish off the Rayquaza, and once again, Barrel of Monkeys losing the game to a devastating Raysecure from the other side. Anon twice in a row taking the game out from Barrel of Monkeys. T3 is gonna take this game 2-0.
Okay, for those in chat, I've been sick a lot of the week, and my throat is very sore. And I saw that play coming, and I gave everything I had because I knew this is gonna be my last game casting of the night, and they did not disappoint. T3 gonna take this set 2-0, 259, 227. Going to be your final here, and they looked good almost throughout, but that hero play from Anon saving the match.
2 games in a row, too. The first game, it was that Absol basic attack. Second game, it was that wicked blow, but what a set there. That was very fun. I think that these 2 teams able to kind of, I guess, come to the agreement that they were going to be cooking something up there, and the first game we saw all speedsters. Second game we saw oops all rounders, and it is going to be T3's side. I think that as well, looking at these damage numbers, the Aegislash, like even though it was playing in that support role, kind of came online at the end of the game and did a lot of damage in that Ray Pit. I think that's kind of what set T3 up to be able to handle it the way that they did. But I mean, both games, Barrel of Monkeys kind of had it, and it was literally just Anon coming in and ripping it out from under them.
Indeed, yeah. Just had to update that score because it was showing 1-1. But yeah, T3 did win that second game. They won the first one. They won the second one. So that is them moving ahead. Sorry for any confusion there. But yeah, holy cow. 2 very fun matches. You had the speedster game, and then now you have that all-rounder game. I would have loved to see a third game where we maybe see all supports or maybe all defenders, but This was a very
yeah.
fun set
We
to
marked
watch.
it 1-1 on purpose to try to get us to a game number 3, so that we could see what else they were gonna have cooking. But that is gonna be the set. T3 is gonna be moving on. We've got a lot going on in our bracket right now. It looks like LATAM x NA x EU have won their set against CACM Esports. And we're waiting on a couple more sets to finish up in this winner's quarterfinals. But that is going to be it from Kyle and I in terms of the casting desk. And that is going to be it from me for a good couple of Underdunks. I'll be back in September, but I'm going to be taking the month of August off because I'm moving. So I will miss being here on Underdunk for the next couple Underdunks that we have, but I will be watching from the sidelines.
I'm gonna miss you. Any final shout-outs before we take a break from Husky for the next month? I'm gonna miss you.
Shout out
I don't
to
know who I'm gonna cast with.
Shout out to BlueStacks. Shout out to OBS. Shout out to actually, of course, Kyle and Shiv and Bina as well. Lordy, of course. All of the other casters on Underdunk. Shout out to all the teams. Shout out to Oops All Rounders. Shout out to Masquerada mains.
All right. I think you heard it here first, folks. Husky, we will miss you, but we'll see you in a month. Obviously, best of luck in the move, and we'll see you in September. But, folks, don't go too far. We have the winners semifinals and forward. Up next, we have a little bit of a shift change, so new casters will be coming on in. Don't go too far, folks. More Underdunk 56. We'll be back after the break.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to Underdunk 56. Wow, 56 whole Underdunks. We got two new casters on the mic, myself, Drake Usan, of course, and Ponytail. I think this might be our first time casting together. How's it going?
Yeah, it is our first time casting together, and great. I love being here. I love doing Underdunk. I just like casting, and I'm excited to cast with you. I'm always excited to have a new partner. You never know what's going to happen. There's already crazy things happening behind the scenes. I heard we had like 44 people in the lobby waiting to play.
It's crazy. I know. Siobhan's just putting some numbers out there. We're talking about 5 players, 6 players. At one point, we have 44 players. It is absolutely insane. But we are going to be coming in towards the end of today's broadcast. Let's go ahead and see how we got here so far. I don't know how many teams started, but there's about 4 to 6 teams remaining in Underdunk 56. We're going to be bringing you a very long name. It's LATAM x NA x EU against Brouhaha, which is going to be the lower side of our winners semi-finals rounds. If you want to see who is on those teams, you can go ahead and take a look at the bracket, !point bracket, to see who are on those respective teams. We got, again, players from LATAM, players from NA, players from EU, and then for the most part, Brouhaha is from NA. Getting to that semifinals round, winning that here will bring them to the winners finals and then to the grand finals. Again, just to remind us, we do have a new clause, threat level midnight, which we'll be getting in about an hour. Any games after that or any sets after that will be a best of 1, except for our grand finals round. And as we get into the games here, Ponytail, we do have quite a new metagame developing. We had U-Impact Part 1, which I'm assuming there's going to be a Part 2, potentially Part 3. Lots of things going on in the metagame right now. Are there any Pokemon that you've maybe seen in the ranked environment or maybe in scrims if you're participating in them, or if there are any other tournaments going on? What Pokemon are doing super well, you think?
Well, I'll tell you what, there sure has been a lot of volleyball going on, and that's been something that we've all been watching, I think, and just enjoying having a game to play. But if we're talking ranked, we're talking the 5v5. Obviously, Gyarados got some buffs, and we've seen a lot more play for Gyarados because of those buffs. It always happens. We see it when a Pokemon gets a battle pass. They give it a little buff to kind of encourage people, and it looks like we're heading into this draft mode already here. They were ready before we were even ready, so we're already seeing the bans here. Galarian Rapidash and Ho-Oh, another Pokemon that got some reworking, got a little bit of a buffing with a new move, and looks like they're going to ban Suicune, which is another common Pokemon we see getting banned pretty often. Doesn't seem to matter what they do to this Pokemon. They buff it, they nerf it, it's still dangerous.
One of the, I guess the metagame that we're sitting in right now hasn't really progressed very much. There are a couple of new Pokemons like Charizard and Ho-Oh, for example, but we're still in very much an all-rounder dominated metagame. As you can see, Suicune just a really strong Pokemon in the role that it provides, more of a supportive all-rounder rather than a damage carry all-rounder. A couple of stats for Snorlax has been nerfed. I think some cooldowns have been extended, some damage has been nerfed, but its overall defensive prowess on the battlefield, it does lead many teams to picking up or even banning it early on in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. And Snorlax was a pretty heavy contender for a defender. It was almost an automatic first pick or a first ban. Nobody really wanted to play against it if they couldn't lock it in themselves, but he's still hanging on there, and he's still getting first pick priority here, as we can see on the side of LATAM EU. And like you said, the all-arounders still pretty strong. Alchemy, even though it got a few nerfs to its shield build, still a pretty top contender there. Not as heavily banned in the meta anymore, but still getting picked up and showing a lot of use. Blissey coming in as that second supporter, just barely behind there, or maybe on the same playing field as Alchemy as the top 2 supporters that teams want to pick up here.
Clearly, LATAM NA EU is not afraid of some of these nerfed Pokemon, talking specifically of Inteleon. I don't know if this Pokemon's bug has been fixed, but it's having some issues with its Fell Stinger early on in the game. I know Garchomp had a really odd nerf to its ground abilities. I don't think many teams or many players go that ability set anyway. Same thing with Blissey. It's always gotten kind of tuned down over the most recent balance patch. Not this last one, but over the last 4 or 5, it's been kind of toned down like some of the other supporters. And Brouhaha is going to round round their lineup out with a double speedster plus this very quick Serena. Again, a lot of dashes kind of leads it into that speedster role. I mean, what do you think about double speedster into this competition or into this composition? I feel like going into very bulky Pokemon like Blaziken, Garchomp, Snorlax is going to be very difficult for these speedsters to get anything going.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And these speedsters tend to be pretty squishy on top of that. So, you know, we have Pokemon like Garchomp and Blaziken that can get those dives in there. Inteleon, especially when it gets in higher levels, it can deal a lot of damage from a really good long range, and it can pick off those speedsters. And if it's got good aim, it can really grab them before they can get anywhere near it, despite how frail Inteleon itself can be. We have this Blissey built that I don't know if they're going to keep this build on it. It's got leftovers on it. It's not something you see too often anymore, but it could be a Blissey we see go for the heal build to try to keep those Pokemon buff, keep them healthy, keep all that HP up, instead of going for the support build that we normally see with Helping Hand and Safeguard, like you would see on those auto attackers just dishing out damage. But there's no telling. Again, though, I do agree with you. I think the double speedster with the Serena could be a little bit detrimental for them, but maybe they know something we don't know. Maybe they have a plan on how to get through this wall or get around it.
I'm going to counterpoint you a little bit. I think I do know this Blissey is going to go Safeguard Helping Hand. The reason why it leads me to believe so is that held items, I feel like if they were to go the soft boil build, they want to bolster, they want to get a held item that bolsters those healing. And when you take a look at some of the all-rounders on the side of LATAM, NA, EU, they have a lot of Pokemon that self-heal, right? The Blaze Passive from the Blaziken. You also have the Lifesteal from the Garchomp. So while they don't have an active healer on the team, they can also actively heal themselves. And here we go. Semi-final round. Underdunk 56. LATAM, NA, EU up against Brouhaha.
And we're already seeing some scores here. Just a couple little points trying to get some stacks in, but this Dodrio's trying to get in there, trying to get that secure on that experience, and it does manage to lock that Snorlax out from stealing that away from their side there. On the top lane, we've got the Leafeon already evolved, already getting in there, trying to get that XP, but Chansey's got a little bit of a pound town going on there on that little Bunnyuri, and it does manage to get it.
Dodu is going to get a back score behind the Snorlax and that Sobble. And Sobble might be a little sad. They unfortunately do not have 3 critically hitting diamonds anymore. Only 1 critically hitting diamond. They'll get 2 once they hit that Drizzile, but only 3, or a max of 3 once they hit that stage 3 evolution. 3 members or 4 members in this bottom path. The Leafeon staying up there. Can't tell where a lot of that experience went, but we've got a couple of evolutions. Level 4 on both the Crustal and the Alchemy.
Yeah, levels are looking pretty good on both sides right here. Just a little bit higher levels there on the side for LAT NA EU. But they've already got Dodrio, Crustle, Leafeon, almost all their evolutions except for Serena on the side of Brouhaha, whereas LATAM is a little bit behind. They've got a little bit more evolving to go. They're a little bit more of a late game build. We see the Crustle's already trying to push in here, get this. They're trying to take care of this the Gabite there, and they do manage to take it down before it can cause any more damage on their side of the field.
Yeah, not a fan of that push there for LNE. I'm just going to go ahead and just abbreviate LATAM NAEU. They won top path pretty convincingly, then got a little too gritty heading into the central area. 8 minutes on the clock. Birds in that central area, a lot of it going over to Brouhaha. And as we see heading down to the bottom path, we do see a snipe shot in Inteleon. I do remember that Acrobatics did get a small cooldown reduction buff, so maybe some liquidation, but it's going to be going that more conservative ability now.
Yeah, Liquidation's one that we haven't seen in a while, or at least I haven't seen it in a while here. It looks like a good push on this top lane here from Brouhaha, and they are going to get these scores in. We're going to see the Dodrio running into the flex zone, and the Blaziken gets the KO on the Leafeon. It almost got away, but just barely gets sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that's a huge knockout for that Blaziken. And you definitely want a Pokemon like Leafeon, like Dodrio, to be at a level ahead of the enemy team. And being 1 level behind this Blaziken, it's going to be a very difficult Pokemon to KO in the end game. Speedsters typically excel in the early game, but these Pokemon, like this Garchomp, like this Blaziken, the game doesn't really start until they hit their Stage 3 evolutions. They're going to break the Skull Zone with a really nice 21-point overcap Emerald 2-step with a 1v1 against the Gabite, gives that Leafeon the edge.
And we see a lot of higher levels over here on the side of LATAM, and looks like they're going for it, and it does. The secure is on the side of Brouhaha for that Registeel, so that's going to give them a nice buff, some extra XP that they needed there. Hitting level 9 for that Leafeon. It's going to help them catch up, but they still need to get that Dodrio up there. It's still just a level behind of that Blaziken. Blaziken was already a threat at level 8, at level 9, and with a level 9 Inteleon there. They're just a little bit ahead. We're finally seeing those level 9s hit on the side of Brouhaha. They got to fight back this Regieleki that's pushing on their middle pad here, and it looks like they're going to get it without any issue.
4 minutes down. LATAM NAEU about 40 points ahead this early game. Again, it should be Brouhaha to excel in this early game, but unfortunately they find themselves behind. I do worry about their team fighting prowess towards the end game, especially with these very bulky all-rounders. Fire player push here on the bottom path. 80 points, a very healthy goals on 3 members to hold it down. Livid Outrage finds the Alchemy, gets the KO streak of 1. I think the Blaziken gets the other one as well. Crustle, the only one here, is going to put up the Mausoleum, but unfortunately that Mausoleum will be for their own team. Crustle's going to find them as well. Helmet Swag cannot hang on.
It's a pretty good break there on the bottom. I think that was a 30-point overdunk on that bottom goal there, so that put them ahead by almost 100 points, but I think it's about 80 points they're ahead now. Dodrio's trying to take a run through the opposing jungle there, see what it can pick off, but there's 3 members of LATAM there, but Dodrio uses the Unite move and still does not get away. It was just too much with that snipe shot from the Inteleon.
Oh, it's not threat level midnight, but this Inteleon's looking like Michael Scott getting a shot from way downtown. It gets a huge knockout onto the retreating Dojo. Not only that, we also did see the Unite move from the Dojo get out just to try to evade LNE, but unfortunately they could not get away. 211, 133 halfway through the game, and LATAM NAEU regionally they're taking this over.
We're 1 second away from the spawn. It is another Regirock, and LATAM NAEU is in perfect position to secure this without any issues, any problems from Brouhaha. That's giving them a huge level spike over Brouhaha right now. Those all-arounders are just getting bulkier and bulkier, and it's proving to be troublesome for Brouhaha. You can see that they're just not finding a way to really break through any of that bulk here, and we do see the Regieleki spawn, and it's a great position again for LATAM NAEU to go in on this, and this Garchomp is just going to tear through it without any issues.
Yeah, I gotta say, LATAM NAEU, their draft is kind of perfect. I mean, they can team fight very well. They can rip objectives very well. They have 2 of the best securing tools in their game. One thing they might be lacking is a Unite move because that Blaziken doesn't have a formal Unite move, but it doesn't even matter. I mean, when you take a look at Brouhaha, the only thing that really supplements their team fighting is the Alchemy Unite move, who has since been nerfed in the most recent balance patch 1v1 between the All-Rounder and Speedster in the corner of Thea Sky Ruins. Regieleki still fairly healthy, 50%. Here comes the rest of LATAM NAEU. Blissful Assistant and the Fluffy Cream Supreme cannot stay on. They are getting baked on their own Tier 2 goal zone, and Brouhaha cannot get the last lav as LATAM NAEU pushes forward.
Looks like the bakery was just way too hot for Brouhaha to handle there, and they had to get out of the kitchen. And unfortunately, that is a clean break all the way through the top lane for LATAM NAEU onto Brouhaha. We have 3 minutes 15 on the clock, so we're 1 minute and 15 away from the Ray spawn. These teams need to work on getting their Unite moves back. Brouhaha used pretty much everything they had in that encounter, and just a minute to go before the Ray. We're also seeing a lack of Unite moves on the side of LATAM NAEU, and there's the Leafeon using its Unite move, barely just trying to get away from that encounter. It knew it could not handle that many members of LATAM NAEU, especially with those levels being as high as they are.
I worry about this end game, Ponyta for Brouhaha. I mean, their name might say something like they're laughing, but shouldn't be laughing at this team composition they're going to be looking at. They're going to start real quickly on the Regice that has formed the bottom side of the map. Can they even get this, though? They got the overheat to worry about. There it is. Serena able to get the confirmation for Brouhaha. Unfortunately, they lose their Serena and potentially some more. Garchomp is the next to fall, but in my opinion, they still have a mighty hill to climb. LATAM NAEU, they have a level 14 Blaziken. Again, not only can this Pokemon fight, they can self-heal with that Blaze passive ability, and it has one of the best securing tools in the game. They are down about 200 points. They will need this Rayquaza. They have a full bottom path to work with, but I fear for this team fighting prowess. I don't think they have it.
Yeah, I don't think they have it either. Unfortunately, they're just too far behind. Oh, that was a crazy snipe there on that Alchemy. Took almost half its health away. Good thing the Alchemy is running the healing build there. It can heal itself up with those little dollops of whipped cream there. But it looks like Brouhaha is trying to come in through the top lane, and they're trying to suss out where LATAM NA EU is hiding. But the range on this Inteleon is insane. It can just poke at every blade of grass and just pinpoint anywhere that Brouhaha might hide.
You're hitting all the snipe shots as well. It's about 3,000 damage per snipe shot. And we gotta watch out if you're this Dodrio. They know the Garchomp is somewhere in the top path. Chimi, getting too close to the sun there. They be very careful of that positioning. Garchomp is going to retreat back over to its team. Dodrio continuing to get some more vision. You can see the Blaziken bottom right Elbush. And right now it's all up to Brouhaha. They need to make the first move here. They're down by a lot, Ponyta.
Yeah, we've got a minute left on the clock. They now know that the other team has a huge lead. I think they were pretty much already aware that they were really behind. The Unite move from the Dodrio, but it was really low health diving into that situation. Got taken down there. The massive snipe shot there from the Inteleon onto the Crustle. Crustle using the Shell Smash, trying to get out of there. Throws the wall up, trying to lock in this Blaziken, but they don't get anywhere. We see the Unite move from the Snorlax. Snorlax wakes up from that nap to a bunch of chaos. 3 of its team members are down. Crustle's in danger here. Snorlax is trying to throw up some walls, but it looks like the Crustle's gonna go down there as well.
Yeah, very scramble of a fight there for Brouhaha, unfortunately in favor of LATAM NA EU. They are able to get a score on the tier 2 goal zone, but unfortunately it is just not enough. Got the wedding cake here, but it might be more of a funeral for game number 1 for Brouhaha as the time ticks away and game 1 to LATAM NA EU.
Pretty solid win there for LNE, as you were calling them. I think we might need to stick with that. LNE, LATAM, NA, EU, probably a lot easier to say. Whichever one comes out first, I guess. But that did just not work out too well for Brouhaha. They just did not have that early game that they needed with that comp. And as soon as LATAM, NA up, they just snowballed from there. They took the mid game, they took the late game, and they just continued to overpower Brouhaha for the rest of the game. I mean, look at the numbers here. 12 kills for that Blaziken, getting MVP of the match on their side. Makes sense. They were definitely the ones who were mostly in the front line, doing all of that heavy lifting, getting KOs or cleaning up the KOs from the snipe shots from the Inteleon there. So let's take a look at, let's see the damage numbers here.
Yeah, 12 knockouts for that Blaziken. Again, either of those two Pokemon, that Garchomp or that Blaziken, either of those two being enabled into the end game, it's going to make them a very difficult Pokemon to knock out. 95,000 damage is your damage leader of the game. 61,000 damage, still not a number to scoff at as well. Only 49,000 damage for the highest damaging Pokemon on the side of Brouhaha. That's that 49,000 for the Serena. Those two Pokemon are very difficult to knock out. I mean, they have some fairly powerful Unite moves. They have two, or at least two single targeting Unite move, one bounded Unite move and the Serena Unite move, and then the Emerald 2-step for the Leafeon, but it's just not enough if those Unite moves are separate. I think the Unite move for the Serena went onto the Garchomp in the end game, and that Blaziken basically just ran them over. 38,000 damage from the Leafeon. This is the Pokemon that needed to be really strong in the early game, but they held on to top lane by themselves in like 1v2, 1v3 situation. I think the central area Pokemon for LATAM NAEU went top path, and so the Leafeon should be an early game Pokemon, was already behind in the early game because it was going into a 1v2, 1v3, could not get anything going when it should be shining.
Yeah, they made a bold move with pushing with 4 on the bottom lane pretty early. Even though the Leafeon was already evolved and was holding that top lane, it just did not get, like you said, it did not get that early game push that it really needed there to be successful. But if you notice, the 89k damage from the Inteleon there was really nailing those snipe shots. I mean, it just knew where everybody was hiding without fail, nailing them almost every single time. I think the only one it missed was the Dodrio a few times there. Dodrio was just a little too fast, and then Blaziken coming in there cleaning up some of those KOs. I mean, it was a really good comp. It worked out really good for LNE. Unfortunately, Brouhaha just didn't have the ability to really break through those walls, or, you know, they couldn't catch up once they were really behind, and I think that was really their problem, was the main loss of the early game advantage.
I think for Brouhaha, I mean, like, I kind of understand where they were going at. Double Speedster and that Serena. I think one thing they need to lean into more is they needed just a really strong attacker on their team. When you play something like Double Speedster, when they have a lot of mobility on the field, they get a lot of vision for the team. And the other three members, right, it was the Alchemy plus the other two members, they need to basically stay together as a pod moving around. And the other two members, the two Speedsters, just getting vision for the team. And unfortunately, I mean, the Serena plus the Crustal and the Alchemy, like, they can't really stay as a very strong pod together. They don't have a whole lot of crowd control. You might have like Sweet Scent from the Alchemy. You have like X-Scissor from Helmet Swag on the Crustal, but that was about it. Right, you have three very highly mobile Pokemon, and when I say highly mobile, I'm talking about like the Serena, adding that in there too. Like, you needed to have that pod stay together, and I feel like they didn't stay together. And even if they were together, the pod itself isn't very strong.
And I did notice the Crustle placed a few walls in some bad places, and that might have cost them a few team fights as well. And he really needed to nail those walls to try to block out the Blaziken, and I think he missed a few of those key moments, especially at some of those bottom Reggies.
Yeah, going into game number 2, I think honestly just a draft masterclass by LATAM NA EU. I mean, I was talking about it in the middle part of the game, but I mean, they had everything. They had everything your team could want, right? I think the only thing that maybe they didn't have was maybe, I don't know, scoring potential, mobility, but it doesn't matter when all 5 of your team members are kind of moving together. And when you have a team with double Speedster plus that Serena, you just don't have enough damage. You don't have enough healing to do anything when the team like that is moving together. They had Rip, they had Secure. I think the only thing they were lacking was, like, again, mobility and maybe early game. And the early game wasn't even that bad, to be honest.
Yeah, they really did manage to get some of those levels. They were pretty good on their XP. They managed to get those levels, hold on to them, and once they were able to really just maintain those levels and match Brouhaha, then catch up, it really worked out very well for them once they finally got all their Pokemon evolved, got all the XP they needed. And yeah, they were able to catch up and then snowball from there. So like you said, a lot of those bigger Pokemon, they needed a lot of experience to really get to those level spikes and those power spikes that they needed to really be effective. But they, like you said, really good master draft. They had almost everything they needed there. And then, you know, not even having a designated score wasn't really hurting them, especially since they were winning almost all of those team fights. And what do you need to worry about scoring for when there's nobody from the other team to oppose you?
I think when you're going, I guess, like, talking about adaptations going into game number 2, obviously the draft was just heavily favored towards one team, but when you're going up against a composition like that doesn't have, you know, a formal supporter, but it have a lot of really bulky Pokemon that tend to stay around each other very frequently. Pokemon that's doing fairly well, at least in the balance patch wise, was an attacker that was most recently buffed. It was Gardevoir. Gardevoir does really well into these more bulkier compositions. You can pull them together with a Fairy Singularity. It's got defensive buffs.
Got some
Psychic
good crowd control.
Also got some buffs as well. It has decent crowd control. So maybe potentially, I don't know if Gardevoir has been played yet today, but it's a Pokemon that is on my radar because it is, in my opinion, really strong in the right hands. You get a Fairy Singularity off in a crowd of Pokemon, it can swing battles in a huge way.
Yeah, and it does look like they're going to keep the same bans here. We're not going for any particular target bans, which could be surprising, but it could not. Maybe Brouhaha learned from the first game and they're going to change up their strategy here, but they are immediately locking in the Serena. We've already seen the Snorlax locked in on the side of LNE, which was a really good Pokemon for them. Playing the block build, the walls were really well placed. They managed to lock Brouhaha out of some of their own goals, enabling them to score. So I guess in a way Snorlax was almost like their designated scoring Pokemon. And they're gonna take that Blissey for themselves this time around.
Yeah, Alchemy's still on the table. Hoopa is also still on the table as well. Let's see how LATAM NAU responds to this. I do like the pocket pairing between Serena and this Blissey a little bit better than the Alchemy and the Serena. I feel like Serena, again, very similar to the all-rounders that LATAM NAU had. It can also has some self-healing if they decide to go triple axle. It may be that safeguard build. We see again that leftovers for this Blissey and Teleon coming out once again for Resu. Let's see how Brouhaha decides to respond. They need something to get to that backline eventually because that Snorlax is going to be a very difficult wall to break. Got the Mew, which has been buffed. I think it was 2 balance patches ago. Love to see this Pokemon play on Theosky Ruins. One of my favorite.
Oh, we're going to see Lat NAEU pick up the Buzzwole. That's another dangerous Pokemon right now. Got a little bit of rebalancing, but still really strong, really good Pokemon. Has crowd control, has those dives, but they're going to take the Dodrio away from Brouhaha, kind of utilize it for themselves. They're still locking in that Inteleon, and they took the Alchemy for themselves as their own supporter, so they're going to have that Alchemy be able to keep the healing going on the back line, or they could still go with the shield build. Despite the shield build getting nerfed a little bit, it's still a pretty strong build, and it looks like Brouhaha is going to stick with the Crustle and pick up Mimikyu and run a double all-arounder here instead of going into a more speedster build. And then, like you said, they've got the Mew. Mew got buffed a couple of patches ago. Good Pokemon, a little bit technical. It is a skill Pokemon, in my opinion. I think this is a more difficult Pokemon to play, so if you're good with it, you're really good with it, and I like to see people playing it to the maximum ability that it can be played.
One thing I am concerned of for Brouhaha is this Buzzwole. I don't know what they're going to be able to do to KO this Pokemon. I feel like if they win this early game, which it tends to do, Fellsting or Buzzwole, one of the best early game Pokemon, going up against a Bounsweet, most likely in that top path. I don't know who's going to be their central area carry, but regardless of who they put in the top path, whether it's this Bounsweet Serena or this Mimikyu, I am concerned once this Buzzwole hits level 5 and then further on to level 7. One thing I did want to talk about for Brouhaha is they're kind of, I don't know if they're allergic to crowd control, but let's get a little bit of crowd control, guys. Like, just something. I know Crustle has X-Scissor, but there are some Pokemon that have a lot of crowd control in their kit, and when you have something like a Buzzwole that has self-shielding with superpower, for example, you can also get shielding when it has that Unite move. I don't know how they're going to KO this Buzzwole. It is summertime here in the Northern Hemisphere, and the bugs are coming out strong, and we'll see why.
This would have been a good time for that Gardevoir, or even for an Espeon, something that can target that Buzzwole from a distance, get some stuns in on it, do some of that crowd control we were talking about. But like you said, they really didn't pick anything up. They do fortunately have the Mimikyu. Mimikyu could play rough, can target Buzzwole with its Unite move. Same thing with Serena, can target Buzzwole with its Unite move. They can take it out of some of those team fights. But they still have some pretty strong contenders on the side of LATAM EU that can still give Brouhaha trouble, even without the Buzzwole on the front line. They're still going to have to try to get to that Inteleon on the back line and try to get through all that damage that it's dishing out.
Yeah, this might be another draft masterpiece by LATAM NAEU. They have a rainbow comp, so it's not going to be heavy on the all-rounders this time. They got that Dojo as well. I feel like Dodrio is also going to be a fairly difficult Pokemon for them to lock down. They have that Serena, which has two Pokemon that's most likely going to be the high priority targets for its Unite move, that Dodrio and that Inteleon. But I don't know. We shall see. I think Dodrio is one of those Pokemon that excels in the latter half of draft, exactly where you want it to be picked up. It's picked up in number 9 spot for the purple side. It's exactly where it wants to be.
Yeah, so I think we're just waiting. Okay, we're about to get into this match here, and we're going to see, it looks like it was paused for a second there. Might have had a disconnect, but yeah, we are going to see the Buzzwole go in the top lane with the Milcery, and on the other side, it looks like Mew, and I can't tell who else is in the top lane there. Probably Bounsweet, because it does look like Mimikyu. No, it's going to be Mew and Chansey in the top lane. Still going to be a problem for the two of them, but we see the Bounsweet with the Crustle in the bottom lane. They're getting its first score. They're getting its first stack in, but the Sobble's going to try to water gun and hold the Crustle back. The poor little Dwebble, he's going to get out of there with a little bit of health, enough to get away at least, but they are pushing on it. Snorlax is going to try to secure that XP, and it does look like the Sobble got that, so the holding 21 points right now. It's just absorbing as much XP as it can on that bottom lane.
I mean, I like this adaptation for Brouhaha. I mean, what would they rather have in the mid game? Like a really strong Buzzwole or really strong Inteleon? I think they've chosen that they're probably just going to lose this bottom path. Putting that Mew in the top path gives it a little more impact in its last hitting. You have Electro Ball plus boosted auto, boosted by that light screen as well. Low scoring game so far, but the Birds on the field.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the Aos energy on these Pokemon right now, you can see Brouhaha did manage to secure most of the XP in that top lane, so they're going to lock that Buzzwole out of getting as much XP as possible. Snorlax using its tackle there to kind of hold Dwebble back so that the Drizzile can get in there, get a score off, and they're going to secure some of that bottom XP. Dodrio is in the jungle here along with the opposing Steenie there. Steenie does not get away. It did try to steal some of that XP away from the Dodrio, but Snorlax showed up, said, hey, no, this is my jungler's territory. You need to get back.
Yeah, early game not doing so well for Brouhaha on this bottom path. We have an Inteleon already. Mew has pivoted down to the bottom path. They are level 5, at least respective of the two attackers. Level 7 on the Inteleon, level 5 on the Mew. You know which one is higher in that regard. KO going over to the Mimikyu, able to KO that Alchemy in the central area. Bird's still on the field. Unfortunately, Shadow Sneak does not go through wild Pokemon. Intended probably for that Inteleon, but Inteleon doing really good and retreating back to the tier 1.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak's a great move for going after this Inteleon here. We see Crustle get that wall up. Great placement on that wall, and it does manage to break through, but we see the eject button heavy slam from the Snorlax trying to get in there, but Snorlax goes down. There's 4 members of Brouhaha here, and they're just throwing everything they've got. They take down Dodrio there as well. 3 Pokemon down from LATAM EU, and it gives them a chance to get a little bit of scores in there with only the Alchemy there to try to hold them back. It's not enough. They managed to clean up all of the XP in that top lane.
I really like this adaptation, or at least the selection of the Shadow Claw relative to the other ability set. I feel like they can now go toe-to-toe with this Buzzwole more confidently, and especially when you have a Safeguard Blissey right next to you. Yeah, don't want to hug the wall there, Rena, as they see their goal zone starting to come down. 21 points, 6-point overcap, giving them positional advantage in the top path. Lots of Unite moves being expended here. Triple Trample into the pile-up. They get a KO there. I think the Mimikyu did end up using their Unite move, and here comes a fast break from LATAM and EU.
Wasn't a huge overdunk for Brouhaha, but taking down that goal was a big thing for them. There's no place for LATAM EU to retreat to, but now they're making a pushback of their own on Brouhaha's first goal there. Inteleon in the bottom scoring a pretty decent little overdunk, it looked like there, and breaking the top goal as well. So both of Brouhaha's outer goals are broken, and they are behind about 100 points now because of that. We're going to see the Buzzwole. Looks like Buzzwole used its Unite move on that Crustle there to try to get out of some damage. Mew firing off that Surf, trying to get out of some danger there, but the Inteleon tries to shoot the snipe shot, doesn't quite get it, just a little bit out of range there. Mimikyu trying to pick up some of that XP. We're seeing good zoning here from the Snorlax. They're trying to hold back Brouhaha while LATAM EU goes in on this Regieleki.
We head into the second and third quarter of the game, 205-92. Big shout out to our observer, by the way, for getting that overcap in the bottom path. That was a 39-point overcap, highest, or sorry, a 29-point overcap, highest you can get in this early state of the game. They do not have a jump bat to work with. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision. Michael Skarn moving on forward. Queenly Ascendant finds his way onto Haruto, forced to use that eject button. Here comes the Cake once again, keeping their team alive as they push on forward. Snorlax is the first to fall. Serena down as well. Regieleki still very healthy, using its electric abilities to stun the entirety of the enemy team, and Rena is going to be moving on forward. Here comes the Decorate trying to get some damage in as well. This Crustle is staying on as best as they can. Unfortunately, gets cooked.
Oh, and that Regieleki is just so close. It's come close a couple times here. Blissey's just coming in, trying to slap it just a little bit, trying to hold it back. But 4 members are now back from Brouhaha. It is a pretty good pushback there. LATAM and EU did try their darndest to get that in there. They gave it a really good push. They did a lot of damage, took a lot of KOs there. They picked up a lot of XP. If you look, they've just hit level 12 on that Dodrio, and it sounded like that was a Regi spawn in the bottom lane there, and it doesn't look like any members of Brouhaha are down there for anyone to go in on that, but nobody's quite ready to go in on it from LATAM EU either.
As we eclipse the halfway point of the game, 113 points. LATAM and EU finds themselves ahead. 4 players in this bottom path. Mew still coming through that bottom lane. The Dodrio will find them. A snipe shot from way downtown finds itself onto the Serena, is able to get a lot of damage and the knockout as well. Regice already down to 40%. The next to fall is this Mimikyu. Blissey trying to frontline for the Mew as best as they can. Unfortunately, they can't get it, but the Blissey finds the capture. They will lose a lot of their members, so even though they got some experience, they will lose some of their members and experience right back over to LATAM NAEU. But a hero has found itself, and that Blissey gets a secure of a lifetime.
Yeah, it does not technically starve. It's not a huge amount of XP, but it is enough XP to hold back LATAM and AEU, but they just made it up by KOing the members of Brouhaha in exchange for that. Oh. We see the Queenly Ascent from the Serena taking a knockout on the Inteleon. We see the Mew Unite move up going off as well. They're going to try to take this Snorlax down, but Snorlax throws the block up, uses that to back on out of there, and we see the Buzzwole coming in, trying to use some of those moves, get that crowd control. Crustle super low on HP. We see the cake go up. Like, there's just chaos in that bottleneck area right there, but it does come out ahead for LATAM and AEU as they take down a majority of the members from Brouhaha in that exchange. That was a bad position there to get caught in that small lane.
Man, even though that Unite move, Fluffy Cream Supreme, I believe it was nerfed, its Unite move, it's still a very powerful tool, especially towards the tail end of that fight. Just unable to get any knockouts was Brouhaha. And they're not going to have that for the start of the final stretch. It's a little bit of, I guess, knowledge or intel for Brouhaha. They might try to get an early rip. They do have Shadow Claw, a very good ripping tool for their side. They will need to deal with this Regieleki. They have plenty time to do so, but they are again still down 113 points to be exact. They have pretty decent rip. They have okay secure Electro Ball from the Mew with a boosted auto, potentially Solar Beam as well. But I don't know. It's a very similar position they were in game number 1, and they still have that Inteleon to deal with, doing so much damage from range.
Levels are a little bit more even going into the Ray this time around. Alchemy, the only one, just got its Unite move back right as the Ray is spawning, and we see the eject button dive from the Crustle, throwing up the walls in there. I think it's trying to give its teammates a chance to try to rip this Ray. Snorlax is in there. Looks like it might try to sneak in a Heavy Slam if they're going to rip through this, but it's going to throw the block up. It's going to try to isolate this Crustle. Snorlax is going to continue to Heavy Slam, try to stun the opposing members of Brouhaha out from there. Crustle getting low on HP, throws out its Shell Smash, and it's trying to get out of there. Oh, it's going to catch that but the Buzzwole gets it right back, and it goes down.
All right, Fluffy Cream Supreme to try to keep their team alive. Look at all those HP bars on the left-hand side of your screen. And Brouhaha, they just cannot stay on the field as 3-4 members. And Blissey, the only one here, is soon to be scrambled. Here comes the Snorlax. Weird eject play there, but it doesn't even matter. Can they find a secure? No. The other supporter has found the victory supreme. Here in the bottom path, Alchemy getting the capture.
That was a pretty great build there. They managed to take that Crustle down, and once they lost their frontliner, they Lat NAEU isolated that Crustle, managed to take it down, and once Brouhaha lost their frontliner, it was pretty much game over as soon as that Buzzwole dove in there. Alchemy getting its Unite move back was a pretty crucial use there as well. Managed to keep them alive through that team fight, and they're just going to dunk hundo burgers all day and little points here and there. Anything they can, they're just going to fire right through the enemy base shields there, but Mew says, I'm not going to take this lying down, and fires a solar beam right back, but they're just going to continue to drop points. They are almost 700 points ahead of Brouhaha, but that's going to be a pretty clean 2-0 for Lat NAEU to advance in this bracket.
They're going to throw out the celebratory cake as the time ticks down. 807 to 92 is your final number, unless LATAM NAEU gets a couple of more points in. But yeah, once that Unite move goes up, the Fluffy Cream Supreme, they quite literally are un-KOable. They need to break the Alchemy shield that it gets from its Unite move, and then KO the enemy team who is already at full HP. And when you look at the composition for Brouhaha, they have Blissey, one of the best supporters in the game, but it was running that Safeguard Helping Hand ability. Cannot heal all of the members of the team at the same time. Nothing like this ability can do the Fluffy Cream Supreme. And that's exactly why this Pokemon is so powerful. In these 5-on-5 engagements, your team can literally not get knocked out. 8 KOs for the Dodrio, 8 KOs for the Buzzwole are your KO leaders of the game.
Yeah, those are some pretty big numbers on the side of LATAM and AEU. And unfortunately, with Blissey being the only one left at the Ray encounter, did not have the soft foil build, so there was no way for it to try to even sneak in a secure there. Look at that 100k damage from that Buzzwole. It was just in every fight it could be in. It wanted to make sure it was getting damaged. But again, 88k from the Inteleon, nothing to sneeze at. It was not far behind. And again, with the 73k damage from the Dodrio as well, it was getting in there, getting some damage, getting out. So Dodrio was definitely doing its job of just getting in there, hitting, and getting right back out as fast as it possibly could before it could really be in that danger zone.
Again, crowd control wins games.
Yeah.
And the reason why this Buzzwole just was a wrecking ball all throughout game number 2 is when you look at Brawlhalla, I mean, they have X-Scissor as their primary tool for crowd control, and that's about it. If Chimi was on Surf, that could possibly be it, but of course you don't want to be surfing into a Buzzwole, right? It's a very scary position to be in. I mean, Serena has something if they go Grassy Glide, but yeah, I mean, get some crowd control. That's the only adaptation I say for Brawlhalla, especially when in game number 1 they had 2 all-rounders that were basically unkOable. In game number 2, it's the same deal. They had an all-rounder that they just couldn't deal with. How do you deal with all-rounders? Get some crowd control. Get some attackers with crowd control. Olaf Ninetales doing really well in the metagame right now with a lot of all-rounders. Same thing with Gardevoir, most recently buffed in the last balance patch. Like, crowd control is what dominates this game, and it wins games. That's why, in my opinion, in this last game, LATAM NAE won that last game.
Yeah. Crowd control is definitely a big deal in Unite, especially right now. I will give Brawlhalla some credit. They had a little bit of a better build going into this second game, but it still just wasn't quite enough for them. Like you said, the X-Scissor being all they really had, and as soon as that Crustle went down in some of those big encounters, they really had nothing else to frontline, nothing else to kind of support them or absorb any of that damage or, you know, really keep them going. But I think we're going to go to a break here for just a moment, and when we come back, we'll have plenty more Pokemon Unite action here on Underdunk 56.
And welcome back, trainers, viewers, to Underdunk 56. We are getting well and on our way towards the end of our tournament today. Winners finals. We're going to be taking a look at Tut's One Coin against a really long name. It's a lot of regions. LATAM, NA, EU is going to be our winners finals bracket towards the end. And I mean, LATAM, NA, EU, they looked really well. I think front to back, draft was really strong. They executed their strategies really well. Tut One Coin making it all the way through T3 2-0 fashion as well. I'm excited to see this team. If I'm not mistaken, I think this team might be from LATAM. I could be wrong, but we might have a regional showdown. I mean, like, one of the teams is all the regions, so I can't really call it a regional showdown. Ponytail.
Semi-regional.
Kind of.
You think these teams just sit around and go, what would be a really fun name to make the casters say pretty consistently throughout a casting, casting a game, and they go, yeah, let's go with that. They just think about what sounds funny for us to have to say, and they're like, that's going to be our team name.
I know Kyle hates for me for when I give him some kudos, but big kudos to Steel Agent Kyle. This is Underdunk 56, by the way. If you guys didn't know, Kyle is a sponsor to all of the Underdunks. The winner of all of the Underdunks, they get a trophy of the Pokemon that's number 56. So the winner of today's event, all 5 players will get a Mankey trophy, which is going to be super cool.
Yeah, that is really cool, and I'm looking forward to when the numbers get up there. I think I may have to enter number 77 myself just to try to get a Ponyta trophy.
That would be awesome. But we're right into the game, and it looks like draft has already begun. I got a couple of bands already Ponyta for our winners final game. Tut One Coin is on our purple side, LATAM, NA, EU on our orange side. Ho-Oh, Charizard, same bands as before for this team. Slowbro and Suicune. So Tut One Coin leaning into something maybe as a solo carry Pokemon in their 5 lineup.
Yeah, you can tell LATAM and EU just does not want to deal with Ho-Oh and Charizard. Maybe their comps that they've practiced with are just particularly weak to these 2 Pokemon, and they just don't really have a good strategy for handling them. But we're going to see Tut One Coin immediately lock in this Blissey. Solid choice there for a first pick. LATAM and EU going to lock in the Snorlax. They were hovering over the Umbreon for a second there, but they're going to take the Alchemy as the supporter instead, since the Blissey has already been taken, and we're going to see Tut One Coin hovering over a couple of attackers here, but not sure what they're ready to lock in there. Miley Cyrus and Hannah Montana are going to apparently have a concert together there.
I've never seen Miley Cyrus and Hannah Montana in the same room. Have you ever seen them in the same room? I don't think I've ever seen them in the same room.
I don't think so either, but did they just change names?
I think they did just change names. I'm pretty sure I saw Hannah Montana. There is a new update for Pokemon Unite where players can actually change their names very quickly. So, yeah. Makes casting for us pretty fun.
Yeah, they're definitely, like I said, they just sit around and they think of this stuff. They're trying to keep us on our toes. But LATAM and EU locking in the Garchomp and the Inteleon. We've seen what they can do with that Inteleon. We've seen what they can do with the Garchomp. They may even be going for the Blaziken again. And we know that this was a pretty dangerous combo that they built up against the last team, against Brouhaha, and they were able to utilize it pretty well. They did everything right as far as their comp goes, but we see Miley Cyrus picking up a bird over there on the Talonflame. Talonflame is been a pretty strong Pokemon if you're familiar with the summer series that's being hosted in the Underdunk Discord recently. It's been a really popular Pokemon for a lot of these teams to be picking up and playing. It's doing really good right now. It's in a great place, and this could be a good Pokemon to dive some of this backline there for LATAM and EU. Brave Bird especially has been really good, but they're also going with this Pikachu. Pikachu able to do some crowd control with its Volt Tackle, and Mimikyu as well on the all-arounder with the Umbreon for their defender, locking Pokemon down with that mean look. So maybe Tut One Coin was paying attention, and maybe they learned the hard way that they needed some crowd control against LATAM and EU.
Yeah, they have a little bit of crowd control. This Pikachu most likely going to be going the Mage Pikachu Thunderbolt. Typically, Volt Tackle Pikachu is used into Pokemon with high mobility. Not as much mobility on LATAM NAEU. This is actually very much the same composition in Game 1 of their semifinals games that we just talked about, or that we just observed. It was a Blissey instead of an Alchemy, so Alchemy is going to be on this team this time. Honestly, I think Alchemy in that lineup is more scarier than the Blissey, so this is probably going to be an even better composition than we saw in these semifinals rounds. But top one coin, they have a couple of spears to break through this wall. That Pikachu Unite move, Talonflame, all of its kit, does a lot of really good burst damage. Even Blissful Assistance into a pile of Pokemon can do really well. So this is really going to be a spear against a shield. Can the shield hang on against the spear of top one coin?
Now, that just depends on how many Spartans they have on their side, but we know it only takes 300. And we do see the Pikachu and the Eevee in the bottom lane trying to make a pushback against that Snorlax. They do secure some of that XP, but the Sobble there is holding on to 11 points, holding back. It does manage to get a little bit of secures on that Audino in the top lane there. And we see the Milcery and the Gibble in the top lane making a pushback. Gibble goes in, gets the secure on that little Bunnelby, and we've got the Chansey, Mimikyu, and we see Talonflame, who was their jungler, make its way up to the top lane. He's going to go for a little dive in there. He's looking to pick out some of those weaker Pokemon, but we see the jungler for LATAM NAEU, the Blaziken there, coming into the top lane to assist as well.
10 seconds before the first bird spawn onto the field. Very dangerous play there. Oh my goodness. Acrobatics into the tall grass is going to find a lot of members of LNE in that tall grass, forced back to their tier 1 goal zone. It's at least going to give them a little bit better positioning. Combustion going to pull with the Blaziken, most likely. Really nice acrobatics, finds itself out to 3 members, but the iframes from the evolution actually saves them. No KOs in the top half.
They were pretty dangerously low on HP there. That was a bad place for them to be, but Talonflame was on those cooldowns at that moment, so didn't really have a lot it could do there. We see the Drizzile trying to invade, and it does get the secure on the blue buff there, and it looks like it's getting a little bold there. It was going to put some pressure onto that Talonflame and secure some more of that XP, but the lock from the mean look from the Umbreon does manage to take that down in that instance there. So now we're going to see a pushback in the top lane there. The Gibble is into Gabite. We've got the Alchemy evolved. They're going to secure some of that XP. Gibble's a hungry Pokemon. It wants to get as much XP as it possibly can. Hitting level 6 now, and it's got 30 points on it. It looks like they're pretty well stacked up as far as points. Bird's up in the center here, and it looks like LATAM NAU is in a prime position to secure much of it with their Blaziken already fully evolved.
Yeah, they are fully evolved, and they also hit level 8, unlocking their Stance Change Unite move. They're going to find a Blissey way too far on the right side of the field. They're going to try to put the Blaziken in a bubble. Doesn't even matter. They are able to make it back to the tier 1 goals. On the next to fall is a Mimikyu. No phonies there. No disguises are up. And the first thing that's a fall is going to be this goal zone. 20 points left. Here comes a couple more stacks for their stacking item. 19 with that Alchemy. They don't break the goal zone, but I think the damage is definitely done.
I think they're waiting to just nickel that down just a little bit more and see if they can get a pretty big overdunk there. We see these stuns coming in from the Alchemy there. It's going to try to push back on that tier 1 goal there. The Mimikyu getting really low. They get that is a huge stun, and it does cause the Mimikyu to go down in that instance there. They're bringing that goal down to just 5 points while the Regi spawns in the bottom lane. Top 1 coin in a good position for this, but the Snorlax could potentially come in here, give them some problems. It has the heavy slam, but could steal it. It's going to put the wall up instead to try to hold this Talonflame back, but Talonflame, using the fly, actually uses that to secure the Regis there.
Yeah, valiant effort there by the Snorlax to wait for the rest of their team to maybe try to attempt to secure. Fortunately, they lose their Umbreon. Their front line is down. Regieleki, the next to fall here. Shadow Sneak, just not enough. The swipes from the Garchomp's going to swipe that one away from top 1 coin, and it's going to be moving on forward. Tier 1 goal zone is down. Fly up into the air, back to their Tier 2 goal zone. And again, LATAM NAEU, they are finding a really good early game lead for a team that scales quite heavily into the late game. Once again, very similar to their semifinals round. They are looking very strong in the mid, early, and into the late game.
Yeah, they've already got a level 10 Blaziken. The levels are way behind on the side of Tut1 Coin. They're going to take this opportunity to push this Regieleki in. That's going to give them free scores all day, but we see the cake build up there, but not last very long. They only needed a little bit of healing. That was a great position for them to fall into for that team fight right there. It did allow them to heal pretty much everyone on their team, but we're seeing almost everyone on the side of LATAM and AEU hit double digits here, but we've only got one level 10 on the side of Tut1 Coin in that Talonflame, and that's still a really frail Pokemon. Bliss Assist onto the Mimikyu, but it gets stunned by the Alchemy. Alchemy's trying to get out there. It's not really in danger. The Mimikyu is, though, gets locked down by the Mean Look and taken down in that encounter.
The fight breaking out into the central area. Mimikyu getting a KO streak of 2. Here comes Pikachu. They do have their Unite move, bringing it down. Thunder and Lightning. KO streak of 3 for the Mimikyu. They need all of this experience to even just be on parity with LATAM and AEU. They're also going... it was not Shadow Claw ability. I'm forgetting the... What is the name of the ability that Mimikyu has? I'm forgetting the name of the ability. But they can't really stay toe-to-toe with the enemy team for very long. They can use their ability and escape very easily, but Shadow Claw really helps them stay on the battlefield for a long period of time. They unfortunately just do not have them to stay in these fights.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, that was a really good push there for Tut1 Coin. They did need that XP. They were pretty starved there, and they gave a good push back on that bottom goal for LATAM, but it just wasn't enough there. We see the secure for LATAM. They get some shields out of that, and they're going to make a little bit of a pushback on this bottom pad there. They've got 4 members there, but Blissy's right there. Talonflame's going to dive in. The Talonflame going with this fly move enables it to try to get into that back line and out of danger a little bit better there, but we see the stuns coming back in there from the Alchemy. Unite move from the Talonflame, trying to push LATAM off of their goal there. Snorlax decides to just take a nap right here, right now. This is a good spot for some of that healing there. Talonflame is here on its own, but the artillery build Unite move from the Pikachu, massive amounts of damage, but the Alchemy decides to drop its Unite move right then and there to try to give it just enough healing to get out of danger.
Really nice peel there from the Snorlax, giving them a little bit of shielding with that Decorate, compiled with the block shielding that they get as well. Aramaki is going to 1v1 the Regieleki, capture that, and send that to the tier 3 goals on 110 to the 274 as we head into the final quarter of the game. Couple of Pokemon to watch here. Again, that Mimikyu struggling on levels. Play Rough is that ability I was struggling to remember before. It's just not an ability that does a whole lot of damage over a period of time. It does a lot of damage up front, but when you're looking at a Pokemon like this Blaziken, like this level 12 Garchomp, one Play Rough is really not going to do a whole lot of damage.
No, not on a Pokemon with a lot of HP, a lot of beef like that. Snorlax throwing up a wall right there, trying to push back, but gets locked by the Mean Look. Blaziken trying to push the Umbreon out of position, but we see the safeguard from the Blissey go on the Umbreon. It gives it a chance to get back out of danger here. We are less than a minute away from the Ray fight, but they're going to set up for this bottom Reggie. They have 10 seconds and plenty of rip power to get this when it pops up, and it doesn't look like anyone from Tut1 Coin is really going to give them an issue when it comes to fighting for it.
It's not that detrimental of a lead that Tut1 Coin has to find, but very similar to Brouhaha. I'm concerned of their team fighting ability into a composition like LNE has put together, very similar to their semifinals game. The final stretch might be beginning early. Very aggressive positioning by Tut1 Coin. They're going to try to keep them out, but they are going to find the first KO, and their Talonflame and their Pikachu might lead to a very fast rip for LATAM and AEU.
Yeah, with no real secure there for the side of Tut1 Coin, the Mimikyu manages to find. We see the Bliss Assist there going in on that Mimikyu there. The Mimikyu's going to try to dive in there, but LATAM and AEU is already in on this Ray, and it's going to be the Heavy Slant, and
wow.
the Tut1 Coin secures it.
Unbelievable for Tut1 Coin. They find themselves a secure, but unfortunately no shields. They get one score there, a second score, and a third score. A huge overcap on the tier 2 goal zone, but this game is far from over. 100-point lead for Tut1 Coin, and like I was saying, I don't know if they can team fight. Maybe their tier 2 goal zone healing will help them, but time will tell. 1.5 minutes remaining and 100 points to climb.
Yeah, LATAM can definitely make a push here, and get that 100 points if they can get a strong knockout on several key members of Tut One Coin if they all push together. But if Tut One Coin can just make a really strong defense here, they can hold it for the last minute. I mean, a minute's a long time in Pokemon Unite, especially in the final stretch here. And it does look like that's what LATAM NA is going to do. They're going to take a regroup here, and they're all going to push. But the Talonflame sneaking around in that top lane is going to score 80 points with the shield on the top goal. That means that LATAM NAU is now 2 scores behind, and they don't have one of their main attackers there at this team fight.
Our game is on, Siege is on, Thunder coming down, and the first to fall are the All-Rounders. And with those Pokemon lacking in the front line, unfortunately they are going to be put to sleep just like the Snorlax. And Tut One Coin, with a hero play from the Umbreon, finds the moon and finds the victory here in game number 1.
And that is a team wipe there for Tut One Coin there, locking in their defensive position and holding on to their lead with 5 seconds left. Game 1 goes to Tut One Coin. Unbelievable steal on the Ray there to secure them that game.
Don't know if we have replays for today, but I would love to see that Umbreon get this secure. I don't even know what it was. Regardless, Umbreon was the hero of game number 1 for Tut One Coin, and they didn't just find 1 coin, they found a mountain of treasures. 460 to 74, final score of the game.
The MVP there definitely coming in on the Talonflame with the most KOs, the most damage, and the most points scored for not only Tut One Coin, but for all together for both teams there. 79k damage. Talonflame was utilizing those flies really well, nailing those cooldowns, and it was really working with the Umbreon to nail a lot of those Pokemon that Umbreon had locked down into its mean look. You can see Tut One Coin was behind most of that game in scores, and then securing that Ray and then repositioning themselves to just run in, get some scores while they had those shields, even though they didn't have max points on all of their Pokemon. Every little bit helped in that instance. Look at the healing, the recovery there, 45k on that Umbreon and 61k damage taken. Umbreon was definitely caught in the middle of a lot of those team fights and doing a pretty good job at it.
Man, I mean, as much as I want to gloat about Tut One Coin, I think that's there's still a lot of adaptations to be made in game number 2. I mean, you basically won the game off of a Hail Mary play from one of your players, right? I feel like they've definitely lost for 8 minutes of that game, and one lucky secure gave them enough tools to get back into this game. We're going to be saying goodbye to potentially that in a couple of weeks, potentially a couple of months when Groudon enters the fray. We all did read that producer letter that you could potentially steal the buffs from the final objective away from the enemy team, and it's going to make moments like this that we just saw a lot less frequent. So enjoy it for now, because it may not be around for long.
It's going to be an interesting new mechanic, that's for sure, and it's going to make a lot of these final stretch team fights that much more intense. It's really going to give us a lot more action. Not like the final stretch wasn't already intense, but a lot of these team wipes will probably be a little bit less intense now going into a new mechanic with the Groudon and giving these teams a chance to try to gang up on a Pokemon and steal some of the buffs back. You know, maybe we'll see back and forth, who knows, but I'm excited for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Tut One Coin did a couple of good things in that final stretch fight, right? Garchomp was ripping the objective, Blaziken was on the objective, the Mimikyu, recognizing that 2 members of their team were down, were able to use the Unite move, their Unite move on the Inteleon, so they were at least taking away one of the securing tools. I think it didn't even matter because the Inteleon made it back to the center area already. Again, it was all luck. I gotta attribute it to luck, but
yeah,
still, we may be going into the game 3 because LATAM and NAU, they definitely were in the driver's seat for all of that game.
LATAM and NAU has proven throughout these last couple of games that we have watched and cast for them now that they know how to draft, and they know their team comp and they know how to execute it really well. And a lot of other teams have proven that they don't know how to handle it as well. We're going to see a little bit of a target ban there on a Blaziken, but I think also a target ban from LATAM on the Blissey. The Alchemy proving to be a little bit better for some of their comps there, being able to heal all of their Pokemon in those big team fights, especially when they're grouped together like that. I really would like to see one of these other teams utilize a Gardevoir against some of those strategies. You get the crowd control, you've got the Unite move, which could really punish them for some of these grouped up comps that they're going with here. But the first Pokemon they're locking in on Tut1's side is going to be that Umbreon, and Arumaki going in with the Charizard since it didn't get banned. No target ban there against them, and then also locking in that Snorlax on their side as well.
Yeah, with banning the Blaziken, I think going Charizard first pick was an obvious choice for one of these teams. That does leave Alchemy still on the table. Pikachu's going to come out to play once again, and I don't know. Pikachu, in my opinion, isn't... I mean, it is a consistent attacker, but I don't know if it's worthy of a pick this early on in draft. I tend to think that most attackers are towards the ends of draft, and oh boy, man, they're building a bulky lineup. Holy's going to be picking up this this Armarouge. This Comfey has number of targets that it can lock onto, making them unKOable beasts. This is most likely going to be a flame charged fire spin Armarouge. You can see that Rocky helmet. It also has a cursed item as well. It's going to do very well into a group of Pokemon, and it's always going to be a group of Pokemon wherever is a Clefable on the field. Wow, there's going to be a Darkrai. I don't typically see Darkrai, but I don't know if they're going to be able to KO any of these Pokemon, even in that worst Nightmare Unite move.
Yeah, and then LATAM and AU for their final pick, locking in that Buzzwole, and we saw what they did with it the last time. So they've got two really strong all-rounders, and they've got this Armarouge on their team. The Comfey there being able to basically pick anybody it wants to just hang out on, to heal, to, you know, use some of that crowd control from its flowers. It's going to be a tough comp to deal with. Like you said, the Darkrai really may not be that useful. Even the Mimikyu may not be that useful. And if these teams are planning to be grouped up so that they can benefit from the healing from this Clefable, that's just going to make them easy targets for the Fire Spin from the Armarouge and from that Buzzwole. So this could be dangerous for them overall, but maybe the Pikachu can use its Unite move to kind of break up some of that grouping if they end up together. I don't know. We could be in for a little bit more of an interesting match than we've seen here. I don't know if they're directly trying to counter something on the side of LATAM and AEU, but I think maybe they wisened up and they realized that they got a little bit lucky with that last match, and they might need to play to some of their strengths.
I mean, last time NAEU, this is a very similar composition that we saw in game number one, right? You have a Pokemon that's been kind of buffed in all of its defenses. This Charizard, who is very much like the other all-arounders in terms of its defense. Buzzwole is very bulky. Armarouge is very bulky. You have also shielding with that Pokemon, and I don't know. In a perfect world, I can see like Darkrai maybe making an impact by providing sleep and stuns to a group of Pokemon, but I don't know. I don't know if Darkrai is going to do very well here. This might be a world where we see Dark Pulse Shadow Claw, maybe? I don't know. Or this Darkrai comes in.
We're going to see a lot less of that group healing, though, for LATAM and AEU without the Alchemy. So we've got the Comfey there, which is going to be a little bit more targeted healing. They're already trying to gang up on that Buzzwole. They know what a threat it can be, but Buzzwole is grabbing a hold of those flowers, taking all the heals it can possibly get. It's only a little Clefairy and the Darkrai up there, but they're going to drop the Slow Smoke. He's going to use the eject button to get out of that Slow Smoke. Mimikyu coming in from the jungle is going to put some pressure on the Buzzwole Comfey, and it's going to force them to go back to their pad. They didn't really get any ground there or really pick up too much XP. So we're going to see Pikachu now make its way to the top lane. Is that 4 members of Tut1 Coin trying to push against LATAM and AU's top lane?
Yeah, Kabi-chan's pushing the top path. Tut one coin moving on forward. Shadowclaw finds the little dragon in the top path. The next to fall might be the Buzzwole. Get the raid because we got a KO streak of 3 for Tut one coin, and they find themselves a victory in the top path. Armorogue is going to be up here to try to defend this goal zone, but they will be the next to fall, knotting them up with that Electro Web, and this goal zone is faltering, brought down to 3, 77 to 2 in the early game.
Yeah, that was a very strong push there for Tut one coin. They recognized what a threat that Buzzwole could be. We see the Charmeleon trying to get some of its jungle there, but the Darkrai comes in, puts it to sleep, trying to steal some of that XP and get out of there, but the Armorogue's going to come in and lend a little bit of aid there for the Charmeleon. The eject button from the Darkrai and the heavy slam from the Snorlax, but he gets locked down by the mean look there, gets out of it, but there's so much area damage there from that Armorogue, and the Darkrai is getting really low health, but the Clefable comes in with just enough healing to keep it alive to get it out of there.
Honestly, instead of going into rest there, if they just auto-attacked, I think they could have gotten the KO before the Moonlight healing came up. For the Darkrai, I think they would have gotten that knockout. I mean, a knockout is a knockout. They probably wouldn't have been able to give that experience over to someone else because they weren't within a vicinity around the Snorlax, but a lucky break for Tut one coin, level 7 for the Darkrai.
That was definitely an escape on 1 HP and a dream there. And we see Tut one coin picking up a lot of that XP in the top lane. Charizard fully evolved in the bottom lane. Armorogue's got the Comfey on it there, trying to use that Fire Spin to do some area of effect and try to push back on Tut one coin. They're trying to get in position for this bottom Reggie. It's going to be a Regice, try to give a team some healing there. But Tut one coin in a little bit of a better position. They're zoning out LATAM, NA, EU, but we already see a KO on the Armorogue there. Charizard's HP is going down really quick there, and there's only so many flowers to heal, and Comfey has nobody to fall back on. Snorlax goes down. That is a big amount of team members to go down in that instance there. It's going to give Tut one coin a good chance to score on the bottom lane there. They've got a ton of points, but we see the Armorogue come in with the Fire Spin again. He's trying to stop some of the scores.
Man, Trick Room Mimikyu plus a Darkrai is making some schmoves here. A lot of dashes between those two Pokemons respectively. This Mimikyu got a KO streak of 3 almost by itself. I think they did have the Clefable right next to them, but those mini dashes around something like a Buzzwole kind of forcing out their cooldowns and potentially making it difficult to lock down this Pokemon is a really interesting tech. I know the Asia regions love Trick Room Mimikyu. Don't see it very often in the West, but it is working here, and they are twisting the dimensions.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a great job here with that Trick Room, and I didn't even notice, but is the Clefable running gravity as well? And I do see, yeah, so it's running the gravity. That's going to stop some of Buzzwole's dives as well there, and man, they're really just chipping away at the HP of these Pokemon there. LATAM NAEU isn't really holding on well at all, despite the heals from this Comfey. It's not doing a good enough job at healing one at a time, so that is where this bulky team is faltering in these groups. They don't have the heals from the Alchemy that was able to heal all of them all together. So Tut one coin is already spiking in their levels and getting ahead of LATAM and EU.
I don't know if that Unite move was, but the Buzzwole hit a Ghost-type Pokemon or something there. Maybe a missing no, but yeah, the Buzzwole's going to make their way back home and do the walk of shame to the top path as they get their Unite move back online. But 304 to 32, almost a 300-point game for Tut one coin. This is a very different game, and they are definitely proving me wrong.
Yeah, Tut one coin, I think, like they said, they recognize that they may have gotten a little lucky in that first game, and they decided to play to a little bit more of their strengths in the second game here. And going in on this Registeel on the bottom, Clefable is going to hang out right there. Looks like it was going to zone, but it decided to go back to base and left the Mimikyu alone to deal with this Armorogue. And it could really be anybody secure, but the Armorogue steals it away from the Mimikyu and uses that Fire Spin to try to chase it down. Doesn't get the KO on the Mimikyu, but we do see Birds get picked up by Tut one coin. That gives them a little bit of XP in the center there.
Ba-ba-boom goes the Psycho-Boom from the Armor Rogue as we head to the top path. This Buzzwole is not going to like what it finds. Get a little bit of stun, get a little bit of sleep. Look at all of these status conditions that are loved by Pokemon, of course. Here comes the Seismic Slam. Is going to pick up one of the Pokemon as a fast break forward. Comfey is going to lock onto somebody here. 40 points from the Armor Rogue, another 26, followed by a 31. It's going to give them a really nice 17-point overcap.
That was a good wall there, good block from the Snorlax there, keeping out the members of Tut1 Coin, enabling LATAM to get in there, get those scores, and break that goal. But we're going to see the mean look lock down the Snorlax. He's getting those strong attacks on it, but the Electro Ball from the Pikachu gets a KO there on the Armor Rogue. The Snorlax is low HP. It goes down in that instance. Oh, man, 3 members down, but Buzzwole in the top lane, nobody around. It's going to be able to rip right through this Regieleki.
Regieleki over to LATAM NAEU. It's going to crash into this tier 1 most optimal, scoring them 20 points, giving them some positioning. But LATAM NAEU, they are lacking in goal zones right now, but they got a lot of wild Pokemon. As we head into the final quarter of the game, a couple of Pokemon to watch here. Of course, that Darkrai has been a really tricky Pokemon for LATAM NAEU to lock down. I feel like it has a lot of mobility, but it's also not doing a whole lot of damage, being mostly an annoyance for LATAM NAEU to deal with. There's quite a bit of interesting forms of crowd control on Tut1 Coin. Instead of like having hard control abilities, they have status conditions. They have paralysis from the Pikachu. They have sleep from the Darkrai. There is going to be one more objective in the bottom side of the map, and it might be where the final stretch begins.
All right, and it's a Regi, so that's going to give whatever team locks this down a little bit of healing, and LATAM NAU could definitely use it going into this Ray fight since they don't have enough heals from this Comfey alone. Snorlax putting up the wall. We see Charizard firing off a fire. Oh, and are they going to use their Unite moves here? No. Okay, it looks like this might be the team fight actually right here. They're going to try to bottleneck them in there, but we see the Unite move from the Pikachu. Rayquaza spawns, and it looks like somebody's going to go down. Oh, no, they're not. The Buzzwole doesn't lock any, but they get the Darkrai out of the battle there. It was an annoyance, but low HP on the side of Tut1 Coin. LATAM and AEU being really, really, really aggressive. They're trying to chase down this Mimikyu. They don't want it to be able to come in here, but they're going to start ripping on this Ray, and we see the Clefable try to come in. It's healing that Umbreon, but the Snorlax blocks it out really good. Oh my gosh! And it gets the Secure! Armor Rogue stole it!
Oh, it was, I believe, the Mimikyu on the Shadow Claw, able to get the confirmation there. There's a couple of members that have some shields. 37 followed by a 44. Can they get this in? And they cook it in for 2 scores on the tier 2 goal zone. Not very happy about that one is LATAM NAEU, as they will see not 1, but 2 steals for Tut1 Coin. Mimikyu finding their moment in game 2.
I realized I said Armor Rogue. I did mean to say Mimikyu. It looked like Mimikyu Shadow snuck in there, stole the Ray, but the Armor Rogue's down here in the bottom lane looking to pick up some XP, and it looks like they might be trying to make a little bit of a push there, but Tut1 Coin is now over 200 points ahead of LATAM and AU. They need to just hold a good defensive position here, man, and the Darkrai is going to lock that Armor Rogue down, but it's in a bad position there, and we see the mean look on the Snorlax. Snorlax can't heavy slam out of that, and Darkrai's going to try to eject button back. It needs to get a little bit of healing. We see the Unite move from the Comfey there. Put that grass up. It's going to give LATAM and AEU some healing there, and we're going to see a little bit of a rip through on the Charizard, but so much healing from that Clefable on that group pad, on that team fight. Snorlax trying to push them off of their goal zone so that they can get in there and score. Buzzwole trying to dive in, but Buzzwole goes down. Pikachu hitting Snorlax with the Electro Ball, and that's a really solid defensive play there from Tut1 Coin with just seconds left on the clock. And that's 2-0 for Tut1 Coin. They are going to the grand finals.
An Underdunk 55 champion finds themselves once again 1 set away from a winner's appearance for Underdunk 56. Miley Cyrus climbing that mountain and finding that Grammy. 11 KOs for Miley Cyrus. Hannah Montana right below. 63,000 damage for Hannah Montana and 85,000 damage for Miley Cyrus is your damage leader of the game.
The concert duet that we never knew we needed. I've never seen them both in the same place at the same time, you know, so this is an interesting comp there, but 85k for that Mimikyu. Mimikyu was definitely putting that Trick Room to use. And look at all of the healing, all of that recovery from that Clefable. I think that was 82k I saw heals from that Clefable. It was definitely staying on top of everybody who needed the heals. That worked out really well in their favor. We could see the lack of healing played against LATAM, NA, EU. The Comfey just was not able to keep up with the amount of bulk. As we can see, it only did 41k healing. 76k damage from the Armorogue is nothing to laugh at, though. I mean, it was chasing down and trying to get picks everywhere it could with that Fire Spin, but it just really wasn't enough. That secure on the Ray with the Shadow Sneak, that was pretty lucky there. I don't know if that was 2 lucky Ray secures in a row there. Tut1Coin was definitely dominating a little bit more on this second game. They had a really strong comp to counter pretty much everything that LATAM NAU was throwing at them, and I think it worked out pretty well for them.
I mean, you know, LATAM and EU, they in both game 1 and game 2, they put themselves in the most optimal position. They blocked out the Umbreon that got the secure the last time, but I guess it just wasn't enough. The Mimikyu, maybe in another dimension, didn't get the secure there, but in this one, they definitely did. It is midnight, as I've heard from production, which means threat level midnight is activated.
Threat level midnight.
But it doesn't matter because we're going to be heading down to the loser side of the bracket because it is going to be best of 1 anyway. It's going to be best of 3 for our grand finals coming up soon. But Tut1Coin has found a one-way trip moving on forward to the grand finals, and LATAM NAEU will be going down to our loser side of the bracket. One more opportunity for them to make it back through to the grand finals. They got to make it through the losers finals representative as well. Do not go anywhere. Underdunk 5-6 brought to you by steelagentkyle for the trophies that he's providing. Mankey coming back very soon.
I'll lead us in. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Underdunk 56. I am here with the very talented, very hungry Draku. How are you doing, Draku?
Yeah, emphasis on the second one.
Running out of celery over there. Somebody please get this man a cheeseburger.
I am quite hungry. But you know who else is hungry? These two teams, LATAM, NA, EU versus Brouhaha is going to be our loser side of the bracket. These two teams are hungry to run it back, and I'm pretty sure Brouhaha might be a little bit more hungry because they got swept by LATAM, NA, EU. But I know it is late in our Thursday, but I hope Brouhaha has done some thinking because they need to do something to respond to LATAM, NA, EU. Get some crowd control. That's all I gotta say.
And it is threat level midnight, but we are also in the losers bracket, so this is just a best of one game, and the winner of this game here is going to move on to the grand finals to face Tut1 Coin. So imagine we see LATAM and AEU run it back against Tut1 Coin in the grand finals, but we're gonna see those bans: Galarian Rapidash, Charizard, Snorlax, and Ho-Oh. Pretty solid bans there. Brouhaha remembers the damage that the Snorlax did, and they don't want to deal with that again. So it looks like we're going to see a run back, very likely, with LATAM and AEU going into that all-arounder build, already locking in the Blaziken for their first choice.
Yeah, Alchemy and all the other supporters are also on the battlefield as well. They're going to be running back to Serena once again, going up against potentially a Blaziken and a Garchomp like we saw in the previous game. Here we go, Brouhaha! We are adapting. Let's go.
They learned the last two times. You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Brouhaha. And they're gonna lock in that Suicune. No ban on the Suicune. It's a highly banned Pokemon, so this is gonna leave it open for them to take there. And they jumped on that opportunity to try to get some of that crowd control in there. But LATAM and AEU is gonna respond with the Mewtwo Y and the Mamoswine pick. The Mamoswine could be a devastating substitute for Snorlax in this comp.
Yeah, it's going to be putting on the EXP share. It's a very strong early game Pokemon, and it scales fairly well throughout a Stage 3 evolutionary Pokemon's life in Pokemon Unite. Very good in crowd controlling the enemy team, especially the Serena. They're going to be going with this Lucario, which is going to be a Pokemon that I've been trying to do really well with, and they only got one Pokemon to deal with. It's going to be this Mamoswine, and even landing an Ice Fang on an E-speeding Lucario isn't the easiest thing to do. Pretty low reach for Ice Fang. Let's see what they round out their composition with. It is going to be a Buzzwole, so a fair amount of crowd control. Mewtwo Y will also most likely be going a Psy Strike ability, so these Pokemon with a lot of dashes, they are going to need to watch out.
And then we do see they lock in Blissey as their supporter instead of going for Alchemy, trying to do the group heals. Instead, we're going to go with the buffs, very likely, on that Blissey. And we're going to round out Brouhaha's team with Venusaur. So which build do you think we're going to see on this Venusaur going in there with the Trevenant as well? Another possible crowd control contender there.
Yeah, the big telltale for this Venusaur is going to be that eject button. It's probably not going to be, what's it called, a Petal Dance Venusaur without a full heal, for example. And I love this 10th pick by Brouhaha. I mean, if you take a look at LATAM NAEU, again, in the last semifinals rounds when they played each other, very bulky composition, deathballed really well, stuck together really well. And you get a Pokemon like Venusaur, one Solar Beam can disperse that right up really quickly. You pile that onto a Unite move or an Anger Unite move from the Venusaur, and that group of Pokemon is going to be taking a lot of damage. So, you know, I was saying, get some crowd control. I hope they get that adaptation. I feel like they've done that and added some more that I forgot to talk about.
Yeah, and I think that pick with the Solar Beam eject button Venusaur there, it's a technical, to me, that's a really skill pick right there as well. I've played it myself as well. I still prefer the Petal Dance build. I just like the speed and mobility you get from it. But being able to eject button and get that extra range from that Solar Beam, that takes some skill to make sure you're landing it just right. So I'm interested to see if they utilize it really well here. And we're heading into the first and only game we're going to see here. Losers Finals, best of one, Brouhaha, LATAM NAE running it back with the Buzzwole and Chansey in the top lane, Mewtwo and Swinub in the bottom lane, and then on the side of Brouhaha, we see that Lucario and Phantump in the top lane. I was watching you play some Lucario earlier, and I'm interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an E-Speed Lucario. I didn't know if they changed their held items at the last second there. Pup, Power-Up Punch Close Combat, or Power-Up Punch Bone Rush typically uses eject button, for example. This has a full heal. They're going to be moving very, very fast, and I think if they are able to watch out for at least the Mamoswine, and the Buzzwole has some other targets that they want to lock into. Of course, there is that Serena that's also going to have a lot of dashes. 2 Pokemon with a lot of dashes, and a couple of crowd control Pokemon. It's going to be interesting to see.
And then we see the Blaziken running from the jungle up to the top lane, but respectively, Brouhaha's jungler is going to choose the bottom lane to support here in this instance. They decided that the Mamoswine's enough of a threat that they want to try to hold that back. Already with the Side Strike from the Mewtwo, they're getting massive amount of damage in on that Suicune, but they're getting a pretty decent amount of secure on that XP there. But man, going Mega Mewtwo Y there with the Side Strike, it does get a lot of damage out, but not enough to get any massive KOs there. But we see full health here. 3 members from LATAM and EU making a push, but Lucario pushing them back, keeping them off of the goal and keeping them from being able to get a score. But the Phantump takes a little bit of damage there. It really needs to get evolved here. They need that additional push from it.
Yeah, it's going to take them a little bit of experience to capture before they get there. This is going to be a power-up punch Lucario. Just didn't feel confident playing into a Mamoswine and a Buzzwole in terms of crowd control. I mean, it's going to be the same story for this Serena, right? It's going to have a lot of dashes. That's pretty innate for this Pokemon. You just got to watch out for these 2 other Pokemon that have a lot of hindrances. Meteor Mash to push them away. Maybe a power-up punch to build up a shield. A fight continuing to break out here. And Mega Mewtwo Y, watch out. Going into that Mega Evolution. Here comes the power-up punch. Finds the knockout, finds the punch. Can they hang on? They can. Here comes the Blaziken. Might find a follow-up KO. KO Sugar 2 for the Serena, and the Blaziken the next to fall.
That's a pretty crucial 3 Pokemon KO there. They took down the Buzzwole, they took down the Blissey, and then followed it up with the Blaziken that gave Brouhaha some good XP there and allowed them to make a really good retreat back to their pad without really being in any much danger there. But those were some good picks right in that center lane there. And we're going to see the Razor Leaf from the Ivysaur. We've got the Serena fully evolved in the bottom lane now. The Side Strike from the Mewtwo. They're trying to make a push here. A little bit of back and forth in this bottom lane, and a little bit of a dive there from the Mamoswine. Not quite a Mamoswine yet, still a Piloswine, but it does go down to the Suicune. That crowd control is coming in handy there from Brouhaha as the Reggie spawns.
All right, chipping away is the Mega Mewtwo Y with those auto attacks, doing some crowd control as well with that Side Strike, continuing to build up that Mega Gauge once again, even after being de-evolved. I don't think I say that word very often, but we have a level 7 on the Venusaur. Is going to find the Side Strike to the end of it, waiting in the wings, potentially for a secure. Queenly Ascendant finds its way onto the Blaziken at 1 HP. Can they hang on? No, Suicune finds the assist there. Going in deep is this Serena once again. Going to start working on this Reggie. It may reset depending on how far it is. Here comes the Solar Beam and the Secure to perfection.
Brouhaha is playing much more aggressively this time around. It's like they saw all of LATAM and AU's tricks, and they're ready for them. They do not want to go home yet. They're ready to take it and run it back and get to those grand finals and prove that they can still do this. They are... Like I said, they're definitely playing much more aggressively here. Oh, what an escape from the Lucario. We're seeing them put themselves in a lot of these situations where their HP is getting really low. The Suicune was super low HP, Venusaur super low HP, but they weren't really backing down. They were still staying in those fights and waiting until the last possible second to even consider getting out.
Really nice exchanger from the 2 all-rounders. Venusaur once again taking position. The artillery units in the back line finds a nice solar beam onto 2 Pokemon. Reggie Alecki brought down to 60%. Here comes a flooded zone as well. Ultra Soul Slam, Super Swole Slam. The only one that's acting super right now is Brouhaha, but the Buzzwole is making a tear. Can they find a KO streak of 3? And I think they do. The next to fall might be this Goals on the tree. All alone in the top path. Doesn't make an impact. All on its own. It can hold on to the Goal Zone. Mewtwo Y working on the Regieleki behind them.
Yeah, the Trevenant holding onto the goal zone just proved what good crowd control can do, even up against the Buzzwole. Buzzwole is going to get the superpower off on this Regieleki, and they're going to keep it away from their top goal zone. We haven't seen anything break yet, but 66 points on the side of Brouhaha puts them just a little bit ahead, since Team LATAM NAU hasn't actually scored yet. But both of these teams back and forth. We're 5 minutes into this game, and no one team really has a huge advantage over the other one just yet.
Close comments get some healing back, forced to use their eject button. Here comes a fast break once again from LATAM NAEU. Unfortunately, the dog can't stay on for very long as they're sent back to the pound, and this goal zone is faltering once again. And I think they might break it small, maybe to get some positional advantage and to take a goal zone off of the field. Registeel has formed in the bottom side of the map. It is just the Serena working on it. Helmet Swag trying to do their best to crowd control the enemy team. And Serena is going to go into a 1v4. Quinley Ascendant finds the heals. Do they find those Louboutin boots? And here comes the big lob. The Verdant Anger from way downtown and dunking on LATAM NAEU. Mamoswine, the only one left standing here, is extinct in the bottom path.
Solid play there from Brouhaha, again being super aggressive. Lucario in the top lane getting some scores in on LATAM NAU's first tier goal there, and that's a really good secure there for Brouhaha on the Reggie. Look at those levels. They've got a really good level advantage going for them now, so maybe this is their opportunity to really just snowball and take this game here and use this lead while they have it. They're going to run through LATAM NAU's jungle at this point, but unfortunately that's going to catch the Serena out of position. It's going to sent back to the Pokemon Center there. It just couldn't handle dealing with 4 of those bulky members from LATAM NA.
I'm sure whoever is piloting that Serena is kind of laughing right now. A lot of resources for LATAM NAEU just to KO that one Serena. I mean, why not? So about the last time you can use your Unite move before the final stretch, it's going to give them positional advantage for the Regieleki. It's going to go to the tier 2 goal zone. Let's see where they decide to go now. Venusaur, Suicune getting a lot of vision forward. And here comes the rest of the team. Trevenant getting vision on the Buzzwole and the Mamoswine. They're going to be put in a blender really quickly. Really nice Solar Beam. Find its way onto the Venusaur, putting them in a blender. In response is this Trevenant. All around them is LATAM NAEU, but they are holding on strong. The hammer is strong from this tree. Can they hang on? And they can. Invincibility from the push there is able to keep them alive, and a Solar Beam from downtown gets the knockout.
Those were some really solid solar beams from the Venusaur there, taking down the Buzzwole in that instance there, and it didn't really give them a good strong push from that point on, and there was really nothing for LATAM and AU to do but get back. Luckily, Trevenant was able to get out of that encounter and reset, but we see the Mamo picked up the Serena for a second there. That was a dangerous position for Serena to be in. The Mamo chose not to push it there, instead using their position to try to gain a little bit of a better advantage in these bushes here. We see Brouhaha coming in from the bottom, and we see the solar beam off of the Venusaur there, trying to get vision, trying to pick some people out of the bush. The Buzzwole, they pick off! Oh no, they got Suicune! Suicune is down going into this. This is the team fight right here, guys.
A legendary beast for a legendary moment. Unfortunately, Brouhaha might be on the back end of that one. Forced back to their tier 1 goal zone. LATAM NAEU is forced back to the central area. They will see a Verdant Anger behind them. Blissful Assistance to start working on this Rayquaza. This is Brouhaha's opportunity to lose at this moment. They lose their Serena. They lose their Queen. They are losing their Knight. But a King has found its way here, and it is the Lucario getting a KO streak of 2. Make that a KO streak of 4 for Brouhaha, and they might be able to get the last laugh.
Yeah, those solar beams from that Venusaur are now holding that Mewtwo Y out of range, but Lucario's super low on health there. It's in danger, but we're going to see the secure for Brouhaha on the Rayquaza, despite Lucario going down to a little bit of an air gust from the Rayquaza in that instance. Now they just need to get in. They need to get some scores. Suicune trying to get through the Mamoswine there. Venusaur dropping a Hundo Burger in the bottom lane. Mamoswine Ice Fanging, breaking the shield on the Suicune in the top lane, but right now it's enough. They're pretty far ahead. They're over 200 points ahead, and if they can just hold on to this lead, if they can just play a strong defense, even if they lose that bottom goal on the outside, I don't think it's going to be enough for LATAM NAEU to get back into a good score position right now with only 20 seconds left on the clock.
15 seconds remaining. more than 200 points to climb. I don't think they even have enough time to score on both Tier 1s and Tier 2s. And a valiant effort by LATAM NA EU, but Brouhaha, they have lost the battle, but they have not lost the war as they find themselves a grand finals appearance for Underdunk 56.
That was a great comeback there. A little bit of revenge for Brouhaha after getting knocked into the losers bracket by LATAM and AEU to face them again down there in the losers bracket and take the victory and see themselves returning back up into the grand finals. I definitely think they learned the last time they faced this team that they needed to figure out some crowd control up against these bulky all-arounders.
Their adaptation was beautiful. It was perfection. LATAM NAEU may have had the best draft in their first appearance against each other in the semifinals rounds, going up with a very bulky composition, but they clearly know how to adapt later on in the tournament. They got their crowd control. They got Suicune, one of the best Pokemon to do so in the all-rounder role. Trevenant, not a defender we see all too often, but it can stay on the field and it can crowd control like heck. And not only that, if they decided to continue with the bulky Death Ball-like composition that they did in the semifinals round, what is a Pokemon to break that one up? We were talking about Gardevoir before, but a Pokemon that has done it time and time again is this Venusaur. 69,000 damage is your damage level leader of that team. 89,000 damage for the Mewtwo Y, but honestly, this Venusaur was a perfect 10th pick for Brouhaha.
Yeah. And the Lucario was a really good pick for them as well. It ended up getting some really key secures for them, and also in the early game did some crowd control, some pushing, and the whole comp overall worked really well for them. But we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back here in just a minute with your Underdunk 56 Grand Finals. Stick around.
Welcome back, Underdunk attendees, to Underdunk 56, where we are bringing you the grand finals that unfortunately will not happen. Unfortunately, we are running into some technical difficulties with one of the teams, and the game will be played off broadcast, unfortunately, and a couple of other things. I think I complained too much that I'm hungry, so Kyle doesn't want to hear about it anymore, especially Lordy doesn't want to hear it anymore, so they said, because of you, Draku, we are going to have to cancel the grand finals. So, actually, Ponyta, you're gonna cast the grand finals yourself. I'll see you later.
Yeah, okay, so anybody who's going to Worlds, make sure you bring a bouquet of celery for Draku. Peppers are also acceptable, or carrots, but celery is preferable, but unfortunately, I cannot cast by myself either, and it looks like Draku's back. He can't be without me. He needs some support. He needs that emotional support carrot right now, but unfortunately, there is a pretty big storm that has brewed in my area, and it is lightning, it is thundering, and there is some hail on its way. My internet could go out at any moment. I'm not even kidding about this. It is storm season. It is tornado season. I'm ready for those sirens to go off at any moment. I may go step outside and look for some rotation, because you know how us Texans are. We're crazy. And if we're going to die, we're going to stare that tornado straight in the face. But regardless of the real reason as to why we cannot broadcast this final match, it will happen, just not on stream, unfortunately. There will be a winner. We just don't know who it is, and we don't get to see it for ourselves. But you guys will find out in, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whenever it happens, whenever they get past it. So we are going to sign off for the night. Is Kyle going to join us for the sign-off?
I don't think so. Just a couple of housekeeping items just to end our broadcast. Of course, thank you to the production team, Bina, Schmeedy, Squirtle, and I think I said Schmeedy already. Shivam, there we go, Shivam. Thank you guys so much once again for all of your work on the production side of things and the back side of things. Lordy, you always do the Lord's work. Love you,
The
my
Lordy's
guy.
work.
We also got our other casters that we tuned in with us today, Husky and Kyle. Earlier on, we are, of course, on Steel Agent Kyle's channel, so big thank you to him for always being the host of Underdunk week in and week out. And a couple of other things as well. I believe session 2 for the First Step Summer Series is coming to an end, so the next broadcast for that end of that session is going to be this Sunday. I believe the signups for session 3, and I could be corrected, and production may yell at me for this, believe it does start tomorrow, and session 3 is going to be beginning in a couple of weeks just before Worlds. But I think that is it for me, Ponyta. Anything you want to shout out before we head on out of here?
Just once again, shout out to everybody behind the scenes. You have no idea how hard they work to put on these productions for us and to make all of this magic happen, these beautiful overlays, all of the technical stuff, the observers who make sure to stay on the action so that us casters actually have interesting stuff to talk about. My wonderful co-host Draku over here, first time casting with you. Hopefully not the last. You were an amazing partner tonight. And one last little shout out to Lobo, the caster that never was.
And the caster that always will be. That's going to be it for us here for Underdunk 56. Again, tune in to the Underdunk Discord to see who is the champion of Underdunk 56. First Step broadcast on Sunday. We will see you all on the next one. Have a great start to your weekend and be safe as always.
Threat level midnight.
Threat level midnight. Are we?